I have tremendous faith that Kenya is going to change.
Among the plans is to help young people who've not studied any profession to further their education.
Pengine mtu amefika standard 8 hajaweza kupita hapo. Pengine mwingine amefika form 2, form 3, form 4 hakufaulu vile alikuwa amepanga. Lakini ni kijana wa taifa letu la Kenya. Lazima tuwe na mpango ya wale waliohitimu, wale walio na certificates, lakini vile vile tuwe na mpango ya wale hawana certificate, wale hawana kazi na wale hawana qualifications zingine.
Nandi Governor Stephen Sang and his Elgeyo Marakwet counterpart Wilsley Rotich promised to help young people who will benefit from the Nyota funds to start businesses without paying license fees. Uasin Gishu Governor Jonathan B on his part said beneficiaries will be given priority in the county's commercial areas.
I want to make the commitment that we as a county government, though we need support from these business people kupata pesa, what I can commit is to ensure that we give waiver for the business permit.
What my governor from Nandi has said, even us, we have said we are supporting the president by waiving all the business permit and any sales issues for all our young people, all the beneficiaries of this.
That we will make sure that those prime areas, I will ensure that through the Department of Trade, you are given a priority designated area which will help you do your business without struggling and without, running up and about with the kanjo around here.
Lawyer Jonathan Obwogi has filed a petition at the High Court seeking the repeal of provisions of the law that restrict the power of magistrates to hear human rights cases, arguing that the restrictions hinder efforts to access justice and discriminate against victims. Obwogi is challenging Section 8(2) of the Magistrates Courts Act, which restricts their power to hear cases involving constitutional and human rights issues. He argues that while magistrates are allowed to hear and determine certain rights-related claims, the law restricts their power to award compensation to victims. Under the current system, he argues, magistrates can only hear matters relating to freedom from torture, cruel treatment or punishment, and forced labor. One of Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's toddler twins has died, her family has confirmed. An official family statement said that 21-month-old boy Nkanu Namdi, who the novelist had with her husband Dr. Ivara Esege, died on Wednesday after a brief illness. Issued on behalf of the family by Oma Wumi Ogbe, the statement said they were devastated by this profound loss and thanked well-wishers while also asking for privacy and prayers. Award-winning US-based writer Adichie is known for works including Half of a Yellow Sun, Americana, and her 2012 TED Talk and essay We Should All Be Feminists, which was sampled by Beyonce on her 2013 song Flawless. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large the government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have learned, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land, you use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
He admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now he abandoned, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM, we thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
He admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick
to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning on Friday at 13 minutes after 6 o'clock, and we're already at the end of week 2 of January. This is not a bad thing, one would imagine. Mr. Aseto, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Mimi niko salama.
Niambie. Ko salama? Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How are things?
Things are not thinging, but we're here.
Nini mbaya?
Sini life.
Imagine that's what been reduced to.
Subliminal.
I know.
But happy to see you.
Happy to see you
I
too.
say it's the what? It's the 9th of January.
It is the 9th.
Wow, week 2.
Yeah, week 2. Done.
So we're doing 50 to go.
Yeah,
It's just 50.
Looking at Christmas.
Just 50.
You already want another Christmas to come.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, all you need to do is blink.
Yeah.
And things, they change very fast.
Real quick.
The world, the direction in which the world is going is interesting to say the least.
See, the big boys are playing in their league, eh?
Where?
You know, you wake up today, we are attacking you, we take your oil, it is now ours, kidogo, we are out of international negotiations and bilateral agreements. You like these guys. You know?
With what the Donald Trump administration and how it's operating at the moment, first of all, I think it's within their purview to do whatever the hell they want to do.
True.
They can do that. And I think that they are presenting a lot of other countries with a golden opportunity to do the right thing once and for all. You may look at it as a US selfish move, which other country doesn't behave in a selfish and sovereign manner. But if you're going to fault the US for doing what they want to do from a nationalistic point of view, you got to ask yourself questions about what you're doing as a country to be nationalist as well. Providing for your people, securing livelihoods, and ensuring that you're on the development agenda track. That's it for me. Every time something like this happens, it presents an opportunity for you to do better
as well.
Yeah,
because all America is doing is looking inwards. You know, as much as we want to fault them, question then arises: no one do.
Yeah.
What are you doing to find yourself in a better position and not be a beggar?
Pesa ni yao.
Pesa ni yao.
Exactly.
Nikitaka kupenda kupea, kama staki jipange.
Then also you have to ask yourself many questions. I was in Nanyuki, and let me tell you, the tracts of land that are owned by, it's a sticky conversation, but the tracts of land that are owned by non-Kenyans, however you want to say it, foreigners, settlers, whatever the case
people
may be.
People in Nanyuki call them white settlers.
You have to also ask yourself, are we sharing? Kenyans, is it sharing? Is it allowance? What is it? People who come and say they want to buy land and then they turn them into conservancies and all this other hogwash. You are okay with that as well? I think it's also time for people to start to stamp their sovereignty in terms of what it is that you're doing. And I'm not asking for war. I'm saying that, and neither is it quid pro quo, I'm saying that you also have been given an opportunity to make things right.
There you go. It's pretty much about that. To make things right, you know. Because, you see, when you talk of a golden opportunity for many to do things right, it calls upon you to look at how you're gonna fix your situation so that you don't go knocking on someone else's door. You know, and that only calls for you looking inwards, seeing where the problem is and fixing it. If you don't do that, you always remain being a beggar.
Yeah, it's going to form part of our conversations this morning, that is for sure. But how about that to, get out of the blocks this morning real quick, because that's the conversation. It's going to be front and center on the minds of many across the world, and there's going to be a lot of tongue wagging in the very near future. And hours. It's already begun in terms of what's going to happen. Climate circles, development circles, United Nations. We're looking at UN Habitat. We're looking at UNEP, UNDP, whereby there was a huge contribution from US dollars.
UNFCCC.
Exactly.
I mean,
is it going down, or is it time for other people to step and say, hello, this is not a monopoly in terms of geopolitics. We can also make it happen.
True.
So let's see. We'll form part of those conversations this morning. A good morning to you as you get into things this morning. And we can already see that our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, our audience on KTN. Very good morning to you today. Today is the day that KCSE results will be announced. And I know that many learner, a parent, and schools are also waiting to see what those results will be in terms of how these almost 1 million Form 4s from last year scored and how they did, and then what kind of indictment it would place on the education system.
And I think everyone can just tune into KTN as from 9 a.m. because there will be special coverage on the same, so you just don't go nowhere.
Fantastic. That will be handled this morning as well, as we get more information. Thanks for that. Awuor, good morning to you. Joyline holding on the decks and getting things moving in the back room and just making sure that the wheels of steel are moving. Christine, to Chakuana at some point. Very good morning to you. And so let's get into it this morning, shall we? Let's talk about, let's let you know what we'll be talking about today. The number of people that we see every time, oh, my back. Oh, my knees. Oh, I can't walk. I need to go and nafaa kuvunjwa. Nafaa kuvunjwa.
Gongo.
I'll beat you. Wewe.
Penda bure.
Yeah. What's the word for fold in Kiswahili?
Fold. Takukunja.
Kunja. Pia.
Use that.
Okay.
Tumia kuvunja.
Okay, vunja. I'm going down the slippery slope real quick this morning. So what is my point?
Yes.
Our Healthy Friday conversation today is around chiropractice and physiotherapy. A lot of times we confuse the two and we replace one with the other. In terms of muscles and then bones and joints.
Yes.
We'll hear from the two specialists today what exactly it means. And sometimes when you feel like you need to be realigned so that things are moving properly, who handles that? When you feel some kind of soft muscle pain issues, you've had an injury, and that you need to go through towards the process of recovery, who does that? We see all these videos where people are putting microphones at the joints of people and then breaking, then you hear back,
and dogs,
dogs and other animals. And it feels really good, and you think, I need to go and do that. More people doing that, and they think it's physiotherapy. Perhaps not. Our Healthy Friday conversation today is going to be around the quiet disability, back pain's hidden burden on health and work. But beyond that, we'll be looking at the difference between physiotherapy and chiropractic and exactly what it means. Dominic Hamisi is a consultant orthopedic physiotherapist, and Colonel Dr. George Adari is a consultant orthopedic surgeon. it would appear as though they both do the same thing. Let's hear from that, because it should be a conversation around physiotherapy and chiropractic. All right, so we'll do that at 7 o'clock. That's our Healthy Friday conversation. We will delve into these education waters today. It is necessary for us to do so because things are running amok, as they have been for a very long time. Janet Okoh, who's the Executive Director of Tunza Mtoto Coalition, will join us at 8 o'clock. And we'll have a conversation of placement in peril, pay up or pay the price. Beyond that, also the conversation around who can go to which school depending on who, where you're from. Is it just a political slur, or is it actually the thought to the minds of many? So many things going on at the same time. KCSE results being released today. It is an apt conversation. Janet will join us at 8, and then we're going to wrap up the conversation at 9 o'clock around the AI wake-up call. Joan Bessia is an AI thought leader. Boniface Asiligua is the president of the Isaka Kenya chapter, and we'll be looking at AI into this. I mean, the world where we are. Are you ready? Because they've told us it's going to take over the world.
Yep.
And then what happens to people's jobs?
Yes.
So that's the conversation that we have at 9. This will be had while KCSE results are being released this morning, because then we can also then point and say, okay, well, here we're releasing almost 1 million new students into higher education, into hopefully getting into a career path. And this is against the backdrop of a technology which says maybe we don't need people anymore. So are we prepared for that?
Yeah, so I think the biggest question is, if you look at what the big techs, the country's big techs in the world, what they're doing, they're gearing their curriculum towards AI and technology, right? So even as we have the millions who are going into tertiary education, have we looked into how we are inculcating AI and technology into the curriculum? Ama sisi bado tuko 1963.
True. Good question. And those are some of the things that we're going to be looking at today. So hop in and join us in those conversations. Let's plug in, because there's a lot that we can learn from one another, but at the same time that we can be involved in discourse, which essentially will, mold our path for the future. So no. All right. Juma Karim, my friend.
Min al-Faizin.
All right.
Min al-Aidin.
Amina.
Amin.
Okay. So now, today's proverb is still from Burkina Faso.
Burkinabes, yes. You know, when you just hear about Burkina Faso, what comes to your mind other than Ibrahim Traore?
Natural resources. Also part of a former kingdom that ruled across major parts of West Africa, that formed a lot of the trade routes and also the government operations, even before, the colonialists came along. The nexus between French and English-speaking West Africa. I mean, so many things happened, but thinking about the trade routes that coming through Upper Volta and then, along the river. So many things were happening, and there was an intricate way of doing business and trade before the white settler came and discombobulated everything.
Yeah, and I think it is on that today you look at what the Burkina Faso government is doing to just restore the rich history that they had. You talk about Sankara and the things that he did in the country, and today even there's a monument being put up in remembrance of what Thomas Sankara did to the country, and even the decision to stop being called Upper Volta.
They took the man out at 36.
Exactly, yeah. And why exactly? Because he said, we do not need colonialists to tell us how we're going to rule the country. Sure. And it is the same script that Ibrahim Traore is doing today. One would ask the question, is the rest of Africa thinking of finally enjoying the sovereignty they say they do have? And what can we learn from the Burkina Faso story in relation to what Thomas Sankara did at the time?
Yep.
I
love it.
Yeah, but let's just talk about the proverb. That which is hard is good. Whatever is easy brings no benefit.
I think about things. Actually, what? If I did a quick audit, real quickly about the things that I achieved through hard work and sweat and sleepless nights. Some of the things that I value the most today. The things, the hard path. Oh my gosh! And that you thought during that time that would you ever be able to see the end of it, or would you ever finish, or would you get through it? You value it the most, whether it is peace, whether it is a piece of paper, a certification, a child, whatever it is. That the things that you fought and lived through, blood, sweat, tears, the hardest, are probably the things you value the most.
The things closer to you and things you guard the most and protect.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good. Not even when you talk about technology today coming to make things easy, right?
Yeah.
Remember, there is someone who put in the hard work for that technology to work, and they sit back and say, the hard work that I did put in this, and I see the results. They celebrate the hard work. We would find it easy, but the hard work that the person put into enabling us to have it easy is always celebrated. So, whichever way you want to look at it, hard work will always make things amazing.
It'll pay.
It'll pay.
It'll pay.
So let nobody tell you that it's soft life. Soft life comes after hard work.
I love that. Soft life comes after hard work. Even this thing that you think that you're doing soft life, somebody's delivering soft life to you. My friend, it'll come to an end one day.
It'll come to an end one day.
Very true. Yeah. Good lessons for us to get into this morning, and we love those kind of proverbs that enables us to end the week on such things. And we can already see you getting into the room this morning. Today, Don Sabwa has found his manners in his pocket, and he has said good morning first.
Good morning, Don Sabwa.
Good morning, Don Sabwa. Well done. You remembered what Mrs. Sabwa used to say, and we are very happy. Ask Aseto, did we just withdraw more than 40 billion shillings from CBK under an emergency? Which one? How are you? Kweli Kenya tunaenda Singapore. I mean Singapore via bottoms up. I don't know. Which 40 billion are you talking about specifically? Let us know what that is. A very good morning, Peter and Bogo. You're tuning from Mombasa. Tupac Shakur. We sing another song. Dear Mama. We said every time you greet us, we'll think of a Tupac song. Yeah. Or a movie or something. So there you go. Good morning. How are you? Hope you're well. Karibu sana. Peter Kiaria says, good morning from Mombasa. Only those who have tasted slavery can teach others the value of freedom. Absolutely.
True.
Absolutely.
True.
David Mangera says, good morning, TSR. Have a lovely day. And to you too, my friend. Georgia Dimo is tuned in. Happy New Year, Spice. Listening from Rongo. Happy birthday this coming Sunday. With other not mentioned. Who are those? Well, you know what? We won't be here on Sunday, but in advance, David Mangera, happy birthday to you. And I keep saying, may the wind forever be at your back and may the road rise to meet you. We just ask for many blessings on you, and that when a birthday comes, it's time for us to remember that it's good to have you on this earth. Desmond Ortiz, good morning, Team KTN and viewers. Yes, umesikia Mungu akisema mvua itanyesha lini tena kuna jua huku sana. There was some, on Wednesday, there were some showers.
Yes.
Light ones, but they were there. We're probably coming to the end of a very, very short rain season, but some folks have been able to take advantage. I know it's hot; it's the season, my friend, but you'll get through it. Let me tell you, I bet you that in every situation there's something to be thankful about. So today is my grateful feeling day. That an attitude of gratitude is what I choose to wear this morning. So I know, Desmond, where are you, by the way? Tell us where you are. Preston, UK is where Rahim Tula is, and he's turning 25 on Sunday. Well, another celebratory message coming out to you, Rahim Tula. It's always good to have you tune into the room. Thank you for waking up early when you do to join us in this room. And we also pray that many blessings will be yours in this next, cycle around the sun. Happy birthday to you in advance, Rahim Tula, and may blessings abound. Good morning, great team. Don Sabo. Okay, now you people are talking to each other. Okay. Musema kweli sasa mnaweza ongea ni sawa, but we see you. Good morning, Isakale. Happy New Year, welcome back. Did you have a birthday in that time where you disappeared? Happy New Year, welcome back. We missed you too. And if I may ask, where have you been? You must give an audit. You see, now Nancy Godhogo and the control of budgets, Margaret Okango are asking questions. We're also asking questions.
Where
Can't just, your holiday has been for 4 weeks.
I know.
Well done. Christopher Ogore says, good morning. Tuned in from Maseno. Good morning to you. Tips Muge says, good morning, Spice FM team. Sifuna and Babu should start a Spirit of the People's Party. Oh, that's an interesting name. I don't think Rao would mind. Let tribalist parties disappear with time. It's interesting that people now sat and talked yesterday, and that there were certain people who sat and talked and others who did not sit and talk.
Yep.
But that I think that is indicative of still things to come. That a brokerage of that relationship didn't necessarily mean that the fissures have healed. It's still one to watch. Melbourne says, knock, knock. Who's there? We're asking. Good morning, Team Spice. Tuning in from Atiak in Uganda is Hisa Daniel. Next week, Thursday, Uganda will be having a new face of leadership. Is it? Ugandans go to the polls. Is there a tide that is turning, or are we still in the same position? It's one to watch, definitely. And we'll be looking into that as well. Musa Mokweli says, good morning, great team. Good morning to you. We saw broker CS Mutahi Agriculture brainwashing, lying to Kenyans at Tikuna Nja in Akuja. From last year, we have been harvesting maize from Galana Kulalu after 3 months. Zikoapi. That's a good question. But we're also told that we would, in January, we started seeing food rationing last year in December.
True.
And then I'm not surprised if there's still, this is a quagmire that we're in, that you also have to ask the question. 400,000 hectares. That's supposed to be bringing maize. Where is it? I mean, these are some questions that you ask. Where is it? And that should we be suffering from issues of hunger?
I think even when is the last time that we found ourselves in this position, right? Right? It is years back. What did we learn then? When we had the worst drought in over 40 years in the country, what did we learn then? What did we do to, first of all, incentivize farmers to do more, right? So fine, we saw the affordable fertilizer that was given to farmers, right?
Yeah.
What did that do to improve on our harvest? And what did we do with that? Did we have contingency that when we find ourselves in this position today, we're able to take care of ourselves? Ama, we said, Mungu ndiye analetanga mvua, because that was a statement that was made a while back.
Yeah, in this case, this is where you say, okay, fine, Mungu analetanga mvua, lakini what are you doing in the meantime? He's giving you a brain and you need to do something with it.
Thank you.
So we need to think in that direction as well. All right, we see you. Good morning, good morning. My prince, good morning. Any promise made now or any attempt to act on past promises must be viewed as campaigning and political activity. That we cannot run away from. Ramchula, we'd like to, you say you would like to meet us and have coffee. When you next come to Nairobi, please do tell. Carolyn Nyambura says, good morning. Now, Apenda Sana, wishing you a blessed day ahead. Good morning to you. Asante Sana, Eric Awuor, good morning. Good morning, Spice team. Can someone explain to me the job description of the president in Kenya? Because he's all over the country doing what his CS should be doing. Mashari Anjeru, good morning to you. Margaret Wajohi says, good morning, everybody at Spice FM Situation Room. You're tuning in from Houston, Texas. It's great to be here early. Let's continue the great conversation. Kabisa. Joe Mungai, there are very few Kenyans who can make things right, and among them CJ Emeritus Muranga and Okiam Tata. Okay, we see you. Tuning in from Chude, Mombasa is Wanjala. Good morning to you. Hesban also tuned in and says, Happy New Year. Other than KCSE results, CASNEB results were also out yesterday afternoon. Aseto, do you know CASNEB?
Yes. I even know where the offices are.
You even know?
Yeah.
Hallelujah. David Mangara says, Rada. That one I know. Somebody said radar. I was like, what? Radar? Are you on my radar?
Radar. Rada.
Apparently it's different.
Rada ni safi.
Okay. The radar.
That means the radar is good.
The radar is good.
I'm unasema rada ni chafu. That means things are not okay.
Okay.
Radar is clean. Radar is dirty.
Radar is clean. Radar is dirty. Okay.
Yeah, capiche?
Capiche. Mwangi Juma says, good morning. Mukoaje asubuhi hii njema. Good morning to you, Coast Region. We have realized Deputy President seat is vacant. All right. Isakale Aseto says the topic is kukunja mwili kabisa. Gerald says, good morning, Sugar and Spice and all things nice. Let's purpose to have a beautiful Friday. Let's do it. Good morning, Ndwana Aseto. Do have a fantastic day ahead, says Hussein Calvin. Thank you so much. Madenge Mushemi says, good morning, Team Spice. Juma Karim and whatever Aseto said. Amen. Amen. Good morning, TSR family. Another day to reflect and examine the issues shaping our country. Sheila Masasabi, good morning to you. Christina, good morning. And like we said, we want to know what's happening. Has there been any headway in getting your children to school? We need to hear. Let us know how things are. Emily Osena says, good morning. Looking forward to today's conversation. Cindy Kabisa. Jeffrey Nicholas is also tuned in this morning. Nyakundi Emmanuel says, good morning. Please tell me the work of the president, because ours is everywhere. Allah, why is everybody asking this question? James Karaoke says, good morning. Tuned in from Soy. Where is Soy?
Close to Eldoret, I think.
Oh, there's an MP for Soy, isn't there? Yeah. All right. Okay. Good morning, Team Spice. Good morning, Richard Mwebi says, good morning from Doha. And Chebebe is fine. Thank you very much, Dan Steele. The Scenic Kipkelion is listening. I know, quite beautiful views out there. Eric Owo is asking, where is Mutuflani? He's been MIA. Where are you, Mutuflani? You need to tune in. JM Sure tuned in and says, good morning, Ndwandeno. Good morning, tuned in from Machakos, says Wambua Sam. Tupac, you and me both. Anytime he comments my mind, Cindy Oshila. Every time you just see, I see the nose ring, I see the bandana and the white vest.
And his black beam.
That's what I see.
Yeah.
AMS says, good morning. Please ask chiropractors about doctor training in Kenya. We'll definitely ask that question. Few chiropractors in Kenya, real chiropractors, not the ones who can find the joint and place it. Good morning, Team Spice. Now, Apenda Sana says, Paris Muthoni, and Edwin Osore says, good morning, locked in from New Jersey. Everybody, good morning. Karibuni Sana. And thank you for joining us in the room today. All right, take it. We're moving. We're looking into, and for tuning in, and those of you who are listening and maybe didn't comment, we see you. And we're thanking you for joining us in this conversation. If we were to do an audit about the people who listen around the world and in the country, I don't think we can contain the numbers. And because you do that and join us in this conversation, we say thank you this morning. And let's continue in this discourse together. Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, the headline, rattling the world. There's a picture of Donald J. Trump there, pointing in his normal manner. And he's basically said, you're on your own. A funding shock to Kenya's development ecosystem. The U.S. withdrawal places $250 to $350 million in annual UN-affiliated program funding at risk, threatening Kenya's development agenda, national security, and global influence, while dealing a wider blow to Nairobi's service economy and diplomatic standing. I cannot tell you the number of people that would be affected by this. If UN funding pulls out, that means that you have lesser funding for UN operations in different parts of the world, and that you will see a major decline of that presence, whether it is in Nairobi. We know that the UN headquarters, several of them are headquartered in Nairobi, from UN Habitat to UNEP to UNON. They're right here. The UNFCCC also gets major funding pulled out of it because of this. And so it's going to affect many people. And look at the ecosystem, that there are people who are in real estate and they offer their homes for rent to a lot of people. There are people, expatriates. There are people in the transport industry. There are people in the food service industry. It goes across board. If you see a reduction of funding for these offices, then you see the backlog of effects across.
Yeah, one would just look at the economy, especially around Westlands, Gigiri area, the UN complex, and one would look at that and say, if the funding is withdrawn, that would mean a lot of businesses around there would suffer. So that goes to affect Kenya directly, whichever way you want to look at it.
It does. Impact on UN agencies. UN Habitat and UNEP, both headquartered in Nairobi, face potential downsizing as US funding dries up. Direct hits to health, gender and social services. Cuts to UNFPA, which is the population fund, and UN Women would weaken reproductive health, maternal care, gender-based violence prevention. Trade, economy and policy. Civil society weakened with the International Trade Center, UNCTAD, the ECA, which is headquarters in Addis Ababa, and UN Democracy Fund face reduced capacity. Programs exposed outside the UN. Non-UN bodies such as Education Cannot Wait, counter-terrorism platforms, IRENA, the IUCN, facing funding and leadership gaps. Kenya's global leverage dent then weakens critical global systems. The world was jolted on Wednesday after U.S. President Donald Trump abruptly ordered Washington's withdrawal from 66 international organizations, sending shockwaves through the global aid, climate, and security architecture. For Kenya, the move lands like a hammer blow. Nairobi now faces a potential 45 billion shilling hit as UN agencies and multilateral bodies with deep roots in the country brace for funding cuts, threatening jobs, development programs, and the city's standing as Africa's diplomatic capital. So it's not just a declaration. The shockwaves will reverberate through for some time. And like I said, you know what? They can do whatever the hell they want to do with their money. It is their right. It is their prerogative. So, but that it affects a global body is probably where the issue is. Then this is not so much a development agenda for a country, but it opens your eyes in terms of, okay, guys, anybody, any day could say, my pull-out game is strong and I'm not doing this anymore.
True.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Are you just going to lie there as they pull out?
Exactly. And with the rest of the world, then you also have to ask yourself the question, when would you allow that one country has autonomy over the development agenda for the world?
Yeah, because I was reading yesterday, and the decision that has been made by the president then will have to go to Congress. Then if Congress approves that, then they're out, you know. And in the later years, if the US then tries to go back into all these, the decisions that Trump has made, it would be difficult for them. But that also gives an opportunity for the world pretty much to sit and make a decision around how they will be handling things of global concern. It is an opportunity.
Yep, it is. We're looking at other headlines in the national. I mean, and that is like a story that's probably going to go on for the next couple of weeks, and we'll definitely be covering that right here in the Situation Room. We'll look at very many angles towards it, and what exactly it means. When we're talking about these issues. Bungled grade 10 placement leaves parents stranded, triggers backlash. The things that are going on, you guys, there are sleepless nights that are being had by many a parent because they don't know if come Monday the 12th of January their children will be in school. Grade 10ers. They don't know. We don't know. And then ministry is telling us, there'll be a second time for you to come back and choose the school of your choice. What's the guarantee that you'll get it? None.
What happened to the lost time? How do I recoup it?
Sure, that's your problem.
Exactly.
We're having an education conversation at 8. We're going to open these things up a little bit more. Freedom hero Fred Kubai's widow sues the state in an 11 million shilling award dispute. CCTV footage saves a man from 15 years in prison for defilement. That's a story you want to hear. It's an interesting one to then be able to look into that. Kenya braces for 45 billion shilling hit as Trump abandons diplomatic hub. U.S. climate retreat hits Kenya's dry lands. We can already see where this is starting to hit. The U.S. move puts funding of aid groups, climate and security at risk. And Kenyans face pain at the pump as Trump targets Venezuela oil. Like I said, it didn't take long. It wasn't going to take long for you to hear the oil conversation come out of Washington and Caracas. That's what they were going for in the first place. I dare anybody to come and tell me that it was something else or that it was even about drugs. Stop it. That's what it was looking for. And also that you're de-dollarizing transactions around around petroleum and oil was a sore thumb in the face of the U.S. And they needed to do something about it because the U.S. is not looking to use its oil reserves.
No.
They want to use those around the world and keep theirs for later. Can we be real about this conversation?
We should. I think we must.
We should. We must. While you're looking for money for aid, the COB has said that ministries have spent 132 billion shillings in 3 months.
To do what? Can you see 132 billion?
45 billion lost. America did whatever. 132 billion shillings spent over here. So should we really be complaining about, no, what's going to happen? I don't know. That there are ways in which we can uplift this thing. Are the conversations connected? Should they be? Union supports crackdown on foreign medical practitioners. Alar? Okay. The story on page 9 of The Standard could shock you. If it doesn't, it should make you mad. If it doesn't, you should feel something. Over 80% of city buildings unsafe due to graft, experts warn. Now you ask, how is somebody corrupt? how does that equate to a building being unsafe? Well, here's the thing. That there are permits, that there are approvals that you must achieve when in construction. And that somebody has to come and make sure that this thing is up to scratch, that you have followed the rules, and that you have done everything to ensure safety of future inhabitants or development. Now, when I come and I ask you, Dennis, I'm putting up a building, and you know very well that that building is supposed to be not more than 10 floors in this area, and that within these 10 floors I must provide a lift, and that you are supposed to check that all those things are in order. But I come and tell you, you know what, pesa ndio natafuta, wacha ikwe 14 floors. Alafu pia see watu wataweza tembea. After all, we are in a healthy society. People want to walk and be healthy. Sindio?
Walikuwa wanataka nini? Kukuwe na madirisha hapana.
And then I'm supposed to
washa taa.
Bas. And I'm supposed to use this kind of cement, this particular kind of cement, but I say it's expensive, and you've not come to check. But you just say, Ndo, have you done? Then I say yes. Then you're supposed to use this kind of material in this kind of weather, in this kind of environment for this purpose. All of those things you're willing to overlook because nimeweka 2, 3, 4 million mfuko yako. Do we see now the connection?
Do you know what we mean by 80% of buildings in the city are unsafe?
Count 10 buildings in your area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Only 2 will be safe.
Will be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's start looking at government buildings. So those are among the 20% that are safe. You know what I mean? So ask yourself, Penyonaishi, is it safe? And where do you start?
You see that board where you're seeing people building, and they say chief contractor, I don't know, head
structural
engineer. Those guys. Those are the ones that now
but there's an approver somewhere.
There's somebody who approves in county governments. There's a poll that says that Natembeya is the Johnny Walker of Kenya. Is the most influential Western region leader. It's the poll that said. I'm just reading the story.
Most influential, eh?
Yeah, in Western. Is the most influential Western leader.
Okay.
Inside a 16-year battle for St. Mary's Hospital handled by over 10 judges. Remember St. Mary's Hospital one in Langata?
Yeah.
It's been on for a while. 10 judges, 10 have handled this over time. From 2010, and it's just been going and going and going. We'll look into that story as well. There's a lot, but that's just the standard for now. Over to you, sir.
So let's go to the Daily Nation, right? And right there, housing ticking time bomb, and construction industry experts, including engineers and architects, warn that years of inaction despite probes into collapsed buildings have emboldened rogue developers, describing impunity as a ticking time bomb that is fueling the rise of unsafe skyscrapers and apartment blocks vulnerable to collapse even from slight tremors. We asked that question here. Code allows for that, but what are they doing about it? No one is following up. Now, that 9 billion shillings US fund how Nairobi farm got millions, and we also have no bank loans for junior schools. Meskia, no bank loans for junior school. One would ask the question, why? And it's because the Ministry of Education has cautioned heads of institutions against entering junior schools into financial contracts without the approval of the Cabinet Secretary. The circular also bars them from charging parents any extra levies. One would only ask the ministry to please release the capitation on time so that these schools do not have to go get what? Get loans, right? And hostile takeover is the question. UDA raids ODM grassroots machinery. A new front has opened in the broad-based government, with some ODM leaders alleging that President Ruto's party is raiding their ranks to assemble regional campaign teams for 2027, even before any formal agreement with the ruling United Democratic Alliance, UDA. Page 2. Scorned at first, Irungu wins many hearts after hugging a tree for 79 hours, right? So environmental activist says the loss of a close family member to cancer prompted him to embark on a mission to fight the disease. I am here to stand with my brother and wish him stamina, blessings and victory. We are not competitors, we are partners. That is Trufena Muthoni, who also showed up to support one Mr. Who. the gentleman Jimmy Irungu, who was hugging a tree as well. And COVID-19's come, how Nairobi-based firm received Minnesota's billions. The billions that are being looked for in Minnesota. So there is a Nairobi-based firm that received the billions from Minnesota, and that's the reason why Trump pia anakujia pesa yake. 97 lawyers risk losing senior counsel titles. Now close to 100 prominent lawyers, including Professor Githu Muigai, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi, and Martha Karua face the prospect of losing their senior counsel titles after a constitutional petition challenged the legality of the conferment process. Aya. Senior counsel itaenda. Itaenda. Kutwa tu wewe ni lawyer. Grade 10 row, Ruto defends selection criteria. So there is that row on the drama that is with the placement. But now President William Ruto has criticized the opposition for what he called interference in the education system, insisting that qualified students are entitled to admission to any school under the national placement policy. One would only ask the question, what happens to those students who are supposed to go to day schools but have been placed 200 kilometers away? Yeah. How then do you talk about the selection criteria, looked at each and every single facet before placing a student somewhere?
This is the thing where you talk about two things can be true. At the same time. Yeah. That where I do agree with the president is that, yes, any student should have the right to go anywhere in the country to go to school. Absolutely. Where that may be right, at the same time, there are parents within the same ecosystem that cannot afford to send their children to a day school. Very far away, because what happens at the same time, if you're living in one part of the country and your child is sent across the country, then you're also asking questions about, that's why I say two things can be true in the same point. Yes. And I don't agree with this thing that schools, whether they've been given whatever level of prestige and status, should only be reserved for people in their locale. I don't agree with that either. It should be open for everyone. Yeah. But at the same time, what criteria is used to select how you send people halfway across the country? Are you thinking about affordability of what the parents can afford?
Are you talking about access to education, which is a fundamental right in the Constitution? That's the question. And what are we doing to ensure that that right is actually delivered, And the ministry sets out junior school borrowing and fund use rules. Like you said before, perhaps maybe if we release the capitation on time, schools will not go to borrow. They only go to borrow because there is no money in the account.
Very true.
And paradox as the judiciary turns to NGCDF to build courts.
Sir? No, I didn't hear what you said.
Judiciary. It's a paradox as judiciary turns to NGCDF to build courts. After declaring the national government constituency development fund unconstitutional and considering it wound down in June 30th, 2026, the judiciary is now appealing to MPs to channel part of the fund towards court construction nationwide.
I thought it is the same court.
That said it is unconstitutional.
Just shh.
Because if you declared it unconstitutional, how do you then ask an unconstitutional
to
build a court of justice?
Unless we don't understand.
Yeah.
Unless we don't understand what that exactly is saying.
That would mean, because if that court was built with funds that are unconstitutional, any Kenyan can go to court and petition for that court to be sold and money be returned to the exchequer. Nasema tu.
Okay.
Alafu ODM claims Ruto is raiding party ranks ahead of 2022. A section of Orange Party leaders claim UDA is absorbing party legislators into regional campaign teams. I don't know what's going to happen with the ODM, man.
Look.
Because everyone is saying everything.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
When you look into the sky, and the sky is dark, and then you start to hear... Then you see Loko Pango. I told you about Loko Pango, that white bird. When you see Loko Pango flying, and the sky is dark, and then you hear and then you see wind blowing. What is that indicative of?
Mvua.
Bas.
Inakuja.
Even though they may watch up.
Yes. So that Loko Pango and the dark clouds, ODM, look at the sky, it's coming.
Hey,
Loko Pango.
Loko Pango is flying.
Yeah.
Now, as we come towards, it's 5 minutes to 7, but I want to read this story, especially now today that we're talking about technology and AI later on. CCTV footage saves a man from 15 years in prison for defilement. Technology. The High Court in Mombasa has quashed a 15-year sentence for a man convicted of defilement after new evidence from CCTV footage shows he was not at the scene of the crime. I mean, for God's sake, one would have expected or assumed that you would have established presence in the first place. And that evidence is supposed to show beyond reasonable doubt that this individual was there. The convict, Hussein Sheikh, was sentenced by Chief Magistrate Francis Kiamba to 15 years in prison on the 12th of January 2025. However, new evidence from CCTV footage shows that Sheikh was at his place of work in Mombasa's Shimanzi area at the time when the alleged defilement happened. So not at the scene of crime, but CCTV footage showed this man was in his office working. Further, the initial report entry OB 56-2302-2017 from Central Police Station shows that the complaint of defilement was made against a person other than Sheikh and that the suspect was still at large at the time of reporting the act. Sheikh produced affidavits sworn by the complainant and her sister, both confirming that the complainant did not accuse Sheikh of defilement and that her testimony during trial was misrecorded. So there are too many things going on here at the same time. You must ask. The prosecuting lawyer, what kind of evidence did they bring?
The investigating
officers, what on earth were they doing? You have sworn statement and testimony from two people who said, we never said it was this guy, we have said it was another guy. So what on earth did you bring towards the court? Who is the person who is at large? Did you ask questions about this guy? Did you bring him and make a formal investigation around him? No. You bring this other fella, and it seems as though the thing was bungled from the very beginning, because how does this guy sit trial? He sworn he wasn't the one. The people who are accusing are saying, we never accused this guy. Then you're telling us that court information has been misrecorded.
You know, this is where you ask the question. If you have investigating officers who cannot do their job, right? You have a prosecuting attorney who cannot do their job to just follow up with the investigation and piece the dots together. Where are we in terms of ensuring that justice is dispensed to everybody, whether you are an accused or you are the accuser?
It's a very scary position.
Very.
Where we are in, if you can see something like this, and then is travesty of justice, then something that we are witnessing across board. Wewe. I've decided, that Natembeya is the Johnny Walker of Western Sea. Natembeya Walker. The Star has also said that Natembeya shakes Ruto ODM grip on Luya vote, and he says this thing ni yeye. It's according to a poll. According to this poll, Ruto is still the most preferred presidential candidate for the Mulembe Nation. But the community kingpin is George Natembeya, followed by Musalia Mudavadi, and then Moses Wetangula, and then Wycliffe Oparanya, Edwin Sifuna, Peter Salasya, Eugene Wamalwa, Muhisa Kitui, Cleophas Malala, Paulo Tuoma, Boni Khalwale, Kenneth Lusaka, Caleb Amisi, Fred Gumo, Okeom Tata, and then none. So that's happening there. But according to this side of the presidential race, William Ruto, Fred Matiang'i, and then George Natembeya, Kalonzo Musyoka, Babu Owino, Gladys Wanga for what? Oh, for president, sorry. Rigathi Gachagua, David Maraga, Amartha Karua, prefer not to say, and then undecided. So, yeah. In Kenya, where you want to go to Singapore, cabbage and sukuma wiki now cost as much as meat as drought bites in certain parts of the country. Can you imagine? Cabbage. That's 50 shillings is now very high in some parts of the country where hakuna mvua.
Unajua nyama ni 800.
Wow.
So cabbage. Okay.
That you're buying a cabbage for 500 shillings?
Yeah.
My God in heaven. My God.
Yet we have some places in the country where at some point they produce so much cabbage that
they
some
throw it away. They rot.
You know, you can actually take a cabbage and put it in a kiln and you just dry it up and use it for later days.
These are the things that we've been talking about.
Are we adding value? No.
Desiccate your maize, dehydrate your milk and your fresh veg for later. It can be done on a commercial scale. I'm just saying. And that's what I'm saying at 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It is now 7 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Protect your today, securing your tomorrow.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Kenya Wildlife Service has tracked and redirected 2 stray lionesses back to the Nairobi National Park after they were seen wandering outside the facility on Wednesday, raising safety concerns and fears of human-wildlife conflict. In a statement, KWS said it deployed patrol teams in addition to its Earth Ranger and surveillance system, who managed to put the situation under control. Area locals and other people around the place have been urged to resume their normal activities. The incident was reported by the public, enabling KWS to activate remedial measures in a classic example of shared responsibility in conservation. President William Ruto has reiterated his administration's commitment to creating jobs for the youth. Speaking at the launch of the Nyota program in Eldoret, President Ruto said his government has put in place strategies that will ensure that the youth benefit from job opportunities.
Now we have a plan because the young people of our country are important. Unajua, lazima niwaeleze. Kwa muda mrefu tumekuwa tukiongea, vijana watapata kazi, vijana watapata kazi, na hakuna kazi itapatikana kama hakuna mpango ya vile hiyo kazi itapatikana. Mkuwe na imani. I have tremendous faith that Kenya is going to change.
As part of the plan is to help young people who've not studied any profession to further their education.
Pengine mtu amefika standard 8 hajaweza kupita hapo. Pengine mwingine amefika form 2, form 3, form 4 hakufaulu vile alikuwa amepanga. Lakini ni kijana wa taifa letu la Kenya. Lazima tuwe na mpango ya wale waliohitimu, wale walio na certificates, lakini vile vile tuwe na mpango ya wale hawana certificate, wale hawana kazi na wale hawana qualifications zingine.
Nandi Governor Stephen Sang and his Elgeyo Marakwet counterpart Wesley Rotich promised to help young people who will benefit from the Nyota funds to start businesses without paying license fees. Uasin Gishu Governor Jonathan Bean, on his part, said beneficiaries will be given priority in the county's commercial areas.
I want to make the commitment that we as a county government, though we need support from these business people kupata pesa, what I can commit is to ensure that we give waiver for the business permit.
What my governor from Nandi has said, even us, we have said we are supporting the president by waiving all the business permit and NSS issues for all our young people, all the beneficiaries of this.
That we will make sure that those prime areas, I will ensure that through the Department of Trade, you are given a priority designated area which will help you do your business without struggling and without, running up and about with the kanjo around here.
Lawyer Jonathan Obwogi has filed a petition at the High Court seeking the repeal of provisions of the law that restrict the power of magistrates to hear human rights cases, arguing that the restrictions hinder efforts to access justice and discriminate against victims. Obwogi is challenging Section 8(2) of the Magistrates' Courts Act, which restricts their power to hear cases involving constitutional and human rights issues. He argues that while magistrates are allowed to hear and determine certain rights-related claims, the law restricts their power to award compensation to victims. Under the current system, he argues magistrates can only hear matters relating to freedom from torture, cruel treatment or punishment, and forced labor. One of Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's toddler twins has died. Her family has confirmed. An official family statement said that 21-month-old boy Nkanu Namdi, who the novelist had with her husband Dr. Ivara Esegen, died on Wednesday after a brief illness. Issued on behalf of the family by Mawumi Ogben, the statement said they were devastated by this profound loss and thanked well-wishers while also asking for privacy and prayers. Award-winning US-based writer Adichie is known for works including Half of a Yellow Sun, Americana, and a 2012 TED Talk and essay We Should All Be Feminists, which was sampled by Beyonce on a 2013 song Flawless. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, he kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And we're getting into things at 8 minutes past 7 o'clock this Friday morning. Our Healthy Friday conversation starts in just a little bit. Wherever you're tuned in around the country, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. A very good morning to you. Ndu and Dennis in the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And you know what? You've been having conversations as the year has started. You've said to yourself, okay, we spent a lot of money, even the little money that you had, you finished it. And then people saying, okay, well, I have then been able to cash in on my retirement. I know what I'm doing 25 years from now. You're doing the best that you can. You're paying your bills, you're settling your debts, you're crushing your goals, and you're making moves. But be honest with yourself for a second. Do you ever have that moment, that internal voice that says, everyone else has a plan, but me, I really need to get my act together? That voice often plays in your head, doesn't it? Well, that feeling of needing to get your future locked down is real. But listen, getting a plan doesn't have to be intimidating or elitist. That's why I'm talking about ICEA Lion. They're cutting through the noise and they're making financial planning relatable. Whether you're just starting out or looking to secure a comfortable retirement, they have plans that can actually make it easier for you to get into the future, to build your wealth, to protect your assets, and to prosper with retirement security. So stop worrying about the future and start planning for it. Get the easy personal plan that works for you. The question is, what's your plan? There's someone on the other side of this address, icealion.co.ke, who will then be able to help you navigate that plan. So get on the site today, ask the question, and there definitely will be somebody to answer that question for you. And let's do some winning with KCB. Let's talk about a once-in-a-lifetime chance to win a dream getaway. Thinking about a getaway in January, February, March? Who says you can't do it? And this is all thanks to the KCB winning card. And how do we go about it? Well, what I'm going to need you to do, if you bank with KCB and you pay using your KCB credit, debit, or prepaid card, you get a chance to win every single time you pay. So whether you're buying groceries, whether you've paid this bill or the other, whether you're fueling your car, whether you're grabbing lunch or you're shopping online, just pay with your KCB card. That's it. And you get a chance to enter a weekly, monthly, or grand prize draw. Weekly winners walk away with 10,000 bob. I figure 10,000 bob sounds really nice right about now. Monthly winners walk away with 100,000 shillings. Sounds even better. And how about we take you all the way to Zanzibar because you entered into that grand prize where flights and accommodation are paid for and exciting excursions are covered. So remember, paying with your KCB card is not just safe and convenient. It could actually make you a winner. The more you pay using your KCB card, the better your chances of winning. So use your KCB card today, the winning card. Remember that terms and conditions apply, but also remember that KCB Bank, for people, for better. See, we give you nice things.
Can't get any better than that.
Kabisa.
And you see, anytime you use that card, you are assured of your safety whenever because there's no liquid cash that you're walking around with,
Exactly. Yes. And that's what we want you to remember all the time when you get into those positions where you're saying, okay, what do I do? Well, here's a chance where you can actually spend and win. All right. Our Healthy Friday conversation, that's what we want to do. End the week often where we talk about matters to do with our health, physiologically, psychologically, and across board. Today, we're going to delve into this world of physiotherapy, where many of us have decided that this is one of the things that we need to pay attention to for one reason or the other. So joining us in the room this morning, Dominic Hamisi is a consultant orthopedic physiotherapist. Hey, did I get it right, Dominic? Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thanks.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you very much.
We're going to be looking into some of these things, also in the presence of Colonel Dr. George Adari, who is a consultant orthopedic surgeon. Good morning to you, Daktari.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Karibu sana, and thank you for joining us in the Situation Room this morning. We're going to get into it in just a bit. We are going to find out the differences between the two things that you do. But before we do that, we normally go around the African continent every week. We get proverbs from different countries, and then we bring them here, and then we like to open them up a little bit. Dennis is going to do that, and we'd like to hear what you think.
Yes, and our proverb comes from the continent, and from all the different countries. Today we are in Burkina Faso. So as we talk about Burkina Faso, we just want to think about what Burkina Faso is big with, So you talk about the natural resources. They're big on cotton, and even the President Ibrahim Traore, the captain, has decided that school-going children will wear a uniform that is made from the Burkina Faso cotton. And you talk about gold, that now they're adding value on the same in ensuring that they get the maximum benefit from the same. It's also a country that, despite being from a very hot region, feeds the better part of the western part of the continent, the West Africa. But let's go to the proverb. That which is hard is good, whatever is easy brings no benefit. That which is hard is good, whatever is easy brings no benefit. I'll start with you, Hamisi. How would you interpret that?
Okay, thank you. Generally, I would say whatever which is hard, if something is hard, generally it gives you an opportunity to be able to accost yourself, to be able to create much more of strength, because if it is hard to come, which means you really have to work very hard for it. So if you have to work very hard for it, then generally you are able to become much more accosted to the situation, and you are able to get much more better results. As easily come, they say it easily goes.
Easy come, easy go.
Yes.
Well said. And Dr. Adari, how would you interpret it?
You'll allow me to drop that from my background. I'm a military-trained doctor. I've spent some time in the Army, in the KDF, but now I'm retired. And in the military, we say, train hard, fight easy. So it means you work hard, you get good results. You take it easy, and there you are.
Absolutely. I love that.
I love that.
It just reminds me of my basketball coach used to say, when we trained for free throws, we trained for 3 throws when we were tired. We were tired. We'd run. And he said, that's the time you train for it, because in the middle of the game, you don't have time to rest. But if you know what you're doing, it then becomes easy for you to shoot that shot. And your mind is accustomed to doing the best even when you're tired. I love that.
Train hard, fight easy.
Fight easy. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah.
Train hard, fight easy. Well said. Thank you both for being here. One of you is an orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Dari. The other is a physiotherapist. Can we get off into this conversation where we find out the difference, if there is, between the two and how you work together? We start with you, Hamisi.
Okay, generally, I would say physiotherapists are medical specialists that are trained to be able to handle medical conditions that runs across the board. You find mostly patients who are either having musculoskeletal issues, patients who are having chest issues, patients who are having general conditions. They are all kind of physiotherapists are there to be able to kind of help them to get out of the situations where they are, to be able to improve their quality of life. So generally, it is also a career or a specialty that also works with other specialities, because you cannot work alone to be able to achieve your major objectives of managing patients. So generally, we work with other specialities, and we incorporate what we call multidisciplinary approach. And that's why we work so closely with either orthopedic surgeons, physicians, and everybody across the board to be able to provide services to our patients who needs them.
Okay, but so when we think of physiotherapy, we think I think of, we're working with muscles, getting them more supple, or is it more than that? So it's a complementary therapy?
It is a complementary therapy that runs across all the departmental in medical practice. Yes, you would find, like, if it is orthopedic, then of course there are physiotherapy services that would be required to be done for orthopedic related cases. If it is a chest problem, could be patients with either pneumonia, patients who are either in the intensive care unit, patients with the milestone development, especially for children born with either cerebral palsy, delayed milestones, and all that stuff. So basically, physiotherapists comes in to be able to help in the recovery and developmentals and other stuff.
So what would ask the question, say, today I woke up early in the morning and I'm having issues to do with my muscles. I can't walk, and due to that, I need to go to an orthopedic physiotherapist. When I say I'm going to see an orthopedic physiotherapist, say I've been referred to one, is that, so who exactly am I going to? What would an orthopedic physiotherapist do to me to relieve me from pain?
Thank you very much. We would say that physiotherapists are trained specialists who are able to do examinations, to be able to diagnose. They are able to do assessments so as to be able to identify what is the real cause of the problem that you are suffering from. Is it a muscular related problem? Is it something that is a referred pain? Because some pain might also be referred from other areas. Is it something that could be you are able to assess and be able to come with a diagnosis process and be able to create a treatment plan for that? So if any case could be, it's a case that you find it is beyond what you feel is within your scope, then you are able to refer. Now, on the aspect of referral, now you can either refer to the orthopedic surgeon if it's a case that might require surgical intervention. If it's a case that might require a physician review, then you are able to refer, such that at least the patient is able to be treated effectively and amicably.
Okay. Dr. Odari, sorry. When we then talk about orthopedic surgery, one would immediately assume that you're taking a knife to somebody who, and already we can see the comments, because I think a lot of your patients are in the room this morning. They have just stumbled upon you, so people seem to know who you are. Who comes to see you that maybe has come to see Dominic, but then also who comes to see you?
Right. Thank you for that question. Now, as an orthopedic surgeon, today we don't do orthopedics the way it was before, where you are a jack of all trades. You deal with fractures, you deal with other joint issues. We tend to narrow down on specific areas.
Okay.
For instance, I'll give you my own account. I'm an orthopedic surgeon by training, meaning I first did my basic degree, then did my surgery, zeroed into orthopedics, and I would say also because of my background from the military, I tended to do more musculoskeletal problems, injuries, and then I went into sports medicine. So I see people who have, and sports medicine doesn't necessarily mean you're doing sports. Even in the military, you don't do sports, you just do your own work. But it's so physical. So you end up with a lot of injuries. That's one. But in the general population today, we are all become so much conscious about healthy living. So we do a lot of running on the road, running in the pitches, and in that case, we get injuries. So all those will come under sports injury.
Okay.
Now, when you come to see me, either you have something in that line or back problem, which is very, very common. Very common. I'll tell you, when I sit in my office and I have, say, an average of 20 to 30 patients, 10 patients will be purely back issue. It is as high as that. And so when you see these patients, of course, you make your clinical diagnosis. If you need to do other tests to confirm what you're thinking about, then you plan your management, and it doesn't have to be the knife.
Okay, that's interesting.
Not the knife.
Okay, not the knife. And I'd like us to be able to come back to that, because we've had many a surgeon who have taken to the knife very quickly and have gotten people in problems later on. And it's interesting that you say it's not necessary to go to the knife. But let's go back to this back issue, because indeed, even in this standard group, we walk out the door and by the time you get to the end of the hall, 2 people have told you my back. Is it how we are sitting? Is it how we are operating? Is it what we are sitting on? Is it weight issues? Is it a lot of people have complained about the load of pregnancy and how their baby sat and their back was never the same again? Is it injury? What is causing such a high level of back issues in our society today?
I'll tell you this. My view today is back issue. If I was to give it another classification, because we have classifications for back issue, I'll say is a middle class disease. All of us who are working, take your routine. You wake up in the morning, rush to work. Of course, you're in your car. You get to the office, sit 6, 7, 8, 9 hours in one spot, because you are running meetings back to back or whatever you do. At the end of it, you're so tired. Yes, you are enrolled in the gym, but hardly will you get into that gym. You go home, drop on a sofa set. If you survive 10 minutes, you're lucky, you go to sleep, and that routine follows. That back, it's unsupported, but it works for all those hours. Naturally, we are meant to move. We are meant to move our joints. We are meant to use our muscles so that we keep them strong. Just a flip side of it, assume you have to sit for whatever medical issue that you're not moving for just 3 weeks. Do you know, when you start walking again, you're like a baby. You literally have to be held together. And that brings in Dominic to try and get your muscles back again. So back has a major burden, economic, social, psychological, name it. And it's so much affecting us, yet because it's so difficult to kind of describe to one sitting next to you, all you can see is they're sort of trying to move around and you're not so sure what's happening, to the extent that I know a lot of my patients, some have been labeled malingerers by their, sorry to say, their employers, because they're always out. Yeah?
Oh, because they're always out.
Always out, okay. my back. But that's as bad as it goes. So coming back to your question, it's a lifestyle disease today.
Okay.
It's a lifestyle disease. We lead a very sedentary life. Diet is not helping us anymore. Any less. And for that reason, we are seeing more and more younger people having back issues, which was not the case. Before, when you'd get someone in their plus 50s, 60s, then you say it's a degenerative condition. The joints are failing all over. It's not just the back, even the other joints, knees, hips. But right now, I meet as young as 23, 24-year-olds, and they have a back issue. And when you want to ignore it, and you go in further diagnosis, you actually find these people are not pretending. They are not just malingers. They have a real back issue because this guy is sitting or she's sitting behind her computer for hours on end.
Okay. Dr. Over the holidays, we're just having a discussion with my brother, my younger brother, right? And I was ironing my dad's shorts. And there's a question that was asked. At the end of it all, you don't feel like you have a back pain? I was like, no, I don't feel it later. And my brother said, if it were him, he couldn't even stand after, say, 5-10 minutes of ironing. And that, as we're just having this discussion, brings in the conversation of he has a back problem, but all the other time he says, I just lie down a few minutes and it goes away. So many of us have found a way of living with it or dismissing it, such that I will do a few stretches here and there and I'll move on with life. So, Doctor, if we keep on pushing, addressing this problem, what does that mean in the long run?
In the long run, what it means, it's like you have a problem and you want to skirt around it. You always have an adaptation. We all do. I'll give you just a simple example. You got a little bit of a knee issue when you're going down the stairs. So you realize your left knee. Do you know with time you'll now be coming down with your right knee first? Just to avoid that pain. In other words, you're adapting to the problem. And that's what we do with our back. So it's hurting, you stretch a bit, take a pill here and there, you feel better and you go on. But let me tell you, by the time you're coming to see a doctor with your back, that back has been struggling with that same problem for nearly 6 months. And it's a cumulative problem. You try to get around it, but at any point, it crosses that elasticity. And there you are. You now have a back issue, which if you don't address it, you don't have a day. Unless you are now relying on pills through and through.
Now you're scaring us, Dr.
Hey, Dr.
Friday.
I don't mean to scare.
It's Friday. It's January. Okay, so how do we fix these issues? You're talking about elasticity, which we are made to understand that as you grow older, it reduces, right? We've had the things like collagen. Is it collagen? No, cartilage.
That's right.
It wears down as you grow older. Elasticity also is looser as you grow older. So, and then it's degeneration, of course, at the joints and all of this. So what is it that you do, Dominic, when we've gone to Daktari's office and he's told us that obviously there's a back problem here and that you're feeling the pain, you've adapted to the pain, but we can fix it. We have decided that Daktari has said we can fix it. So we come to you. What are you doing? And I understand that this therapy can be extremely painful, especially when you've been in the 6 months and you've been coming down the stairs with the right leg instead of the left.
I think that is one factor that people have said that could be physiotherapy is quite a painful kind of procedure that when you go there you should just be ready to kind of cry.
Yeah.
For the number of years that I've practiced, one of the important things that if any case you were to manage a patient with a back problem or any other orthopedic condition, we have long-term and short-term goals. So for one, if pain management would be one of the short-term goals that you would want first of all to achieve, of which that one can be you can either could be if the patient has seen the orthopedic surgeon, could be have given them some pain relief, which are not supposed also to be taken for long, because we also not want a situation where the pain is masked. So once the patients that have come, of course, what we normally do, we do our assessment. Once you have done the assessment, now we come up with a treatment protocol, whether the short term and long term. So now once we have worked on the pain parameters, then we give them specific. Now we check if in terms of flexion or back flexion, how many, what kind of degrees are you?
Pain flexion, English.
Apple.
So like what I would say that if any case you are asking your patient to bend and you find that when they are bending they are not able to achieve a particular degree of which is supposed to be around 60 degrees could be flexion. That's a normal.
You should touch your toes, for example.
You should be able to touch your toes.
Okay.
And they're not able to touch their toes. Could be they are reaching the shin level or the knee levels. Then you realize there is a problem here. So which means the muscles are already too tight. So when muscles are tight, which means they are not able to reach full range of what called you are able to touch your knees and you are able to touch your toes. Then again, it could be in terms of bending your back backwards, then there's a particular degree that you are also supposed to achieve. So if you assess and you realize that you are not able to get to reach that full range of motion in terms of degree, then now you realize there is a problem. Now we come up with a treatment protocol. Now we want to manage the pain. And again, as we manage the pain, now we also want to create a bit of stretching aspect that should be able to be gradual. There are other modalities you can be able to use to relax the muscles to be able just to kind of create much more of flexibility and elasticity of the muscle, because the muscle fibers are much more elastic tissues that they can be able to stretch and other stuff. So first of all, we create the aspect of creating good elasticity of this bit of the muscle. Then you be able to kind of increase your exercises properly, slowly to be able to kind of create.
So you can get it back.
You can get it back.
Okay. There's a condition, Dr. Dari, called arthritis.
Right.
What is that? What causes it? And can you treat it?
Yes, arthritis. Actually, that's one of my major in the things that I do. Arthritis simply refers to inflammation of a joint. Arthritis. So we have various types of arthritis. We won't go into all that detail, but suffice to mention that when you have an issue with a joint, there will be an inflammation. How we perceive inflammation as human beings is pain. Pain is a sign of an inflammation going on. So, in a nutshell, a joint is not functioning well, whether it's cartilage that is damaged or the capsules around it have an issue, but bottom line, that joint is not able to do its normal duty. We could be accumulating fluid there, or it could just be bone, which is normally covered by the soft material of the cartilage, is wearing out. So the bone is beginning to touch bone on bone, and that's when you hear of things like osteoarthritis.
Okay.
Yeah.
They tell us that you cannot replace, that you cannot eat almonds and I don't know, eat what to replace your cartilage.
Yeah.
Is that true?
There are so many things in the market, I'll tell you, that you'll be told we'll be able to replace your cartilage. Bottom line, as we go on, we wear our cells out as we use them. There are now a lot of techniques that are coming up in life, like what you call regenerative medicine. You try to stimulate the local cells to repair again. And that is giving us a lot of hope that we may not have to. But that said,
is that happening in Kenya?
Yeah, I do it.
Okay. Regenerative
medicine.
Okay.
I do it. Yes, but that's for another day. We can talk about that. But that said, I want to, a message that I would say, go preventive. Don't let the situation bring you to the doctor. Walk daily, if possible. And you just need 30, 45 minutes of brisk walk is enough for you to keep your joints going, to keep your back protected. It's just like taking an apple a day and keep the doctor away.
You know, Doc, most of the people, like you mentioned earlier, is it has become a lifestyle a disease. Why? Condition, because we sit most of the time. And there is also an entire science on how to sit, what to sit on. I hear there are other seats that are ergonomic seats with lumbar support.
Wow.
You know, it's just some of the words that are there. You know, even in this office, you'd walk to some people's seats and you'd find them with back supports, things that are helping them sit upright. And in all these science that is on what we sit on, how we sit, how we bend, how we even look at our phones, how we look at our computers. It all goes into helping one and know how to go preventive, right? How then do we take this message? Because many don't know what to do or when to do it.
Yes, I'll say this. While all those gadgets have come in to help us manage our life, primarily, if we don't have strong muscles, whatever we do, I'll give you an example, wearing a lumbar corset. You may have heard wearing a lumbar corset.
Yes.
They are very good materials. They help us, for example, if you have a weak back, either you've undergone surgery and your muscles are not working well, it's good to wear something. But to have it as that is the life you lead, you always wrap your back. I tell my patients, just imagine a situation you have, God forbid, a fracture. You go to a doctor and they put for you a cast to support that fracture. You feel very well during that time and there's no pain. But as soon as that cast is out and muscles are weak, you are in so much pain. And that's why you will not avoid Dominic, because he's got to bring those muscles back and it's very painful. In the same way, we kill our backs, and that's my opinion, and I've seen it in real life, by wearing these corsets that it's part of you. You go to the car, you got something supporting. That curve on the back is a natural curve that holds your back, and it works. So when you support and you give it some sort of a cushion, that to me is a negative for you, because those muscles are not working. You are little supporting. Then you go to the house, you got an orthopedic bed. Then you come to the office, you got a chair which is supporting. So basically, your muscles, you are not allowing them to do their functions.
Oh, this is interesting. So all of these things that are being created essentially is they're making, they're doing the work that your body should actually do.
Absolutely.
So you wouldn't recommend them?
No, I don't recommend them. Any patient, I'll give you a simple example. One time I had a chance to go and give a talk at Times Tower to the staff in Times Tower. When I started my talk, nearly 50% of the participants were in the process of acquiring chairs that are meant to help their back. You are supposed to get a computer on which you type or you look at it while you are standing. In other words, you can literally move it up and down and all kinds of things. But they also have a gym. At Times Tower, they have a gym where staff can be able to go and to do some exercise, but the enrollment is so low, but yet everybody is running to get a doctor's note to be able to be bought a chair. And that was my story. That look, you're killing your back.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Work on that back, get your exercises going, and let's see what is the deficit. How can doctors come in now to help you? Right.
Okay. There are a number of questions coming in from our audience this morning, so obviously it's clear that a lot of people have some of the issues. We'll start with one for you, Dominic, is that, so if somebody is in a lot of pain, the pain is clear, and if we're talking about 1 to 10 and the pain is at an 11, then they're coming to you. If Dr. Dari says, well, this is what we've seen, this is medication you can give in the short term, but it must be accompanied by physiotherapy. How do you ask somebody, for example, who is in severe pain to walk on a joint that is painful, for example? Or what are you doing to make it more comfortable for this person to walk through the pain?
Okay, that's a good question. Generally, when such patients come to the clinic, a patient with a pain scale of 11 over 10, of course, we will deal with the pain parameters. We have quite a number of gadgets. Could be electrotherapy. We have cold therapies that we can be able to administer to be able to diminish, to reduce the pain levels. Then again, another aspect that is also very important is also to reassure these patients about the condition. We'll assess and reassure them about their condition, that once you have assessed the muscles, you have assessed the situation, then we work on those bit of the pain parameters. Then we should be able to kind of be able to have that bit of the pain controlled. Then again, as the Dr. Dari has just said, could be if the patient is in so much pain during that initial stage, could be we can give them some support to be able to use. But again, this support should be used in a manner that we are able to advise you use it for a period of 1 week, then you remove it. Then again, we'd also advise this patient that in as much as there is pain, we encourage them to keep on moving
through the pain,
because this is the only way that the pain can be able to be reduced, and then but the muscles will also now not become too weak not to be able to support you. Yes.
Another question for you, Dr. When you're walking or you sit and you hear the knee pops, the pops, like kind of what you do with your knuckles when you crack your knuckles, what is that indicative of? And sometimes you feel that it has refused to pop and you want that popping sensation to make you feel a little bit better. What's that indicative of, and how can you sort that out?
The thing is, when you get that pop, most of the time it's just air trapped in the joint. It doesn't mean much. We only get worried when you pop and you're also in pain. Then we say there's a possibility of the cartilage, which is lining that joint, to have been lifted off a little bit from the bone. You remember, the cartilage gets all its nutrients from the bone underneath. So when there's a little bit of off that margin, then we start to see problems of cartilage not functioning well. So that pop associated with pain, it's a concern to be looked at. But on its own, just like we'll do it all over, you rub all your fingers and you get that noise, and it's quite interesting. I'll tell you, go ahead.
So how come some people will pop more than others?
I think those are now things that have to do with, you see, all of us have got different, even joint flexibilities. We are all different. But it's now medical condition, which I'll tell you, there's a disease that is predisposing you to that kind of problem.
Doc, most of the time you find, say someone has had a knee problem when there was a cast and everything. Many out there say that their knee never went back to how it was, you know. And that is a concern for many, because then you look at a deformity on a knee, the knee has not gone back to how it was. Is that common? Or should that knee be able to, after going through the processes, a surgeon has looked after the knee, is it restored to factory setting?
Yes, I'll tell you, because that is really something I practiced nearly every day.
Yes.
When you have a knee issue, and we make a good diagnosis what the problem is, and we see the problem either can be fixed conservatively. Conservative means we don't subject it to any surgery, but we tell you some of the things we need to do to improve the motion in that joint. Because any joint, the key message, let that joint move. Okay? If there's something stopping you from moving because of pain, then address that pain. Don't take a painkiller as a way of dealing with it. Right? Just find out what exactly could be happening here. So a joint that moves frequently, you are even able to overcome the pain. It's like just going to see a physiotherapist and helping you to go through that motion. Now, coming to your question on you've undergone a procedure, then you are never back to. I'll tell you, surgery is just one aspect of treatment. The mainstay of return to function, return to pre-injury, lies with physiotherapy. If you get a good rehabilitation, that joint should go back to normal. However, if it's a bad injury, then I should also manage your expectations and tell you, from where we are, we will achieve, but let's be honest with you, will not get you 100% back. Depending on the kind of injury that was there.
Depending on the injury.
Yes. I think if I may just add something on that, when patient says that could be the knee has not gotten back to where it was before, there are so many parameters that comes in here. One, if you lose motion, especially for the knee joint, we lose the strength of the quadricep muscles, the thigh muscles, and of course the hamstring muscles. So these are the muscles that will help you to be able to get that bit of motion to walk. So if you don't have that bit of the strength, most of the patients will be complaining that they feel like their leg is, the knee is buckling, it's like they're going to fall. So that is what they are feeling like, they have not gotten back to where they were supposed to be. So the hallmark thing here is that it is purely muscular weakness. So maybe the joint has gotten back, but now they were normally walking normally before. So they are not feeling that. That joint is like this other joint that they're feeling. So that is what they're feeling, that the joint has not gotten back. It's purely because of muscular weakness.
Okay.
And again, another thing, also, one muscles have also gotten weak. Sometimes they also lose that what we call the original function of that bit of what they used to do before. So remember, they are weak, and could be you have started assuming a poor postural way of walking. So now the body also assumes that bit of a position. So again, that's why it is important to be rehabilitated by the physiotherapist, because it's the expert specialist who knows on how to move in terms of movement specialist.
You know, I'm asking that because I asked that question because I'm asking for myself. Because I remember there's a time I had a knee problem because I was playing basketball. I went to dunk and I came down. I couldn't move that knee. So I went. It was checked. I had a cast for around 6 months. Right. So by the time it was removed, yes, there's that deformity that I saw. Right, because I couldn't move it. By the time the cast was being removed, but after it was removed, I remember I walked a lot and all that. But there was that concern that but what missed at that point is, I'd say, the doctor that attended to me never referred me to someone like you who would then rehabilitate me back. So there is that also a disconnect where perhaps someone does not know how to rehabilitate that and where to go to, because many assume once the cast is out, I am good to go. Yeah,
and again, another thing could be, if I just whatever. Basically, there is what we call proprioception. Proprioception means the way how you feel your body in position. So generally, mostly it is felt within the joint. The muscles has got very limited aspect of that bit of the proprioception. So that's why now for physiotherapists, we are also supposed to kind of teach you on how to create that bit of balance and proprioception so as to be able to walk nicely. So until you achieve that, then it might be a bit of a challenge.
Okay. What is sciatica? Sciatica. Okay.
Yes.
And how do you deal with its management?
Now, brings me to why I carried my models.
Okay, here we go. This is what we look like inside.
Right.
Okay.
So, we have a nerve, a big nerve at your back, which runs from the lower back all the way to the foot. We call it sciatic nerve. But sciatic nerve is not a single nerve. It's just a bundle of different nerve roots. And nerve roots, we are referring to things like what we are seeing here. Little nerves coming out, then they form a huge bundle behind our back here, actually behind our hip. So that is sciatic nerve. So sciatica has become a word of describing conditions related to sciatic nerve, which basically are, you could have pain in the lower back, you could have burning sensation in your back, you could have a hip pain on your back, or it could have numbness. You might be experiencing things like twitches and muscle aches going on in your back, in your limbs. All those are grouped together as sciatica. Somebody might tell you, I'm walking on my floor, it's a cold floor, but I feel like I'm walking on fire.
Oh, wow.
All that is because discs in our back are pushing and touching on those nerve roots. So when we are talking about back, which I'll tell you is a major issue, but 90% of the back problems are functional or mechanical, like what we've just discussed. Posture, sitting. But when you get sciatica, as you asked me, that's a red flag. It tells us that the discs behind, mostly the discs, there could be other structures, but the discs mainly are the ones that are touching on those nerve roots, and then we get the signals going down.
Okay.
So how do we manage them? The management will start, one, conservatively, manage the pain, take the patient to some physiotherapy, and I'll tell you again, most of those conditions will be cleared. But if it persists, then you now need an evaluation most likely, or not most likely, the most appropriate tool at that stage is an MRI scan to give you the relationships of various structures, that is the nerve vis-a-vis the discs, and then from there we are able to manage you appropriately.
Okay, so when you have an MRI scan, then you're able to see where that touching is taking place.
Absolutely.
How then do you fix it?
There are various ways to do so. There are doctors who have trained in what we call the spine surgery. There are then neurosurgeons. They'll be about to treat you using the surgical techniques that vary from minimally invasive, just going straight for the disc and trying to nibble that bit that is touching on the nerve. That is one way. If it's a multiple discs, then of course the surgery is a little bit more complex, because then they have to go to various stages. But that said, we now have something else which has been there in the market for a very long time, but it's taking traction, because a lot of people don't want to have their backs open that have your surgery. We have what we call the laser technique. The laser technique works this way. You have a disc. A disc is made of tough material at the edges, but at the center is watery, and that's how it's adapted to its function of shock absorption. You see, like even if you're running on a rough road, you never feel the two bones are touching. So this Japanese guy in 1985 described something that, suppose I removed a bit of that water in the center, what happens? And he found that if you remove that water, you actually leave a vacuum. The body abhors any vacuum. So this disc that was bulging and touching on the nerve invariably shrinks back to cover that void. So it's a simple technique. You walk into my office and 2 hours later...
remove fluid, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a surgical procedure using laser, and it's getting a lot. So it's called, in abbreviation, PLDD. PLDD just says percutaneous. Percutaneous is a term meaning through the skin, just using needle. And you go straight for that disc and you shrink it. So for the appropriate patients that you have filtered out nicely and they are good for that indication, you do for them that laser. Is a simple technique. It's a walk in, walk out.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, it's one of my patients who actually brought me to this attention. You know, Dr. Dari, have you ever thought about this? Then we went through and we see this doctor in Austria doing a series of 3,000 patients, laser, and these guys walk in and out.
And they're feeling markedly better when they're leaving?
Much better, and my own patients have stories to tell. But that is information which you need to put out in the public, that you know, let's not think of back, if it's not responding to conservative treatment of medicine and physio, the next thing is surgery, so that you keep away. There are other things that we can do in the middle.
Okay. So, Dominic, there are people who we want to go to there's a guy in the community, and I was a finya mgongo, right? And if I feel like things are crooked, there's a grinding feeling, there's somebody who can stretch me or can come to my house and pull things, and aweka majimoto, and I'm feeling better. Advised?
Okay, I would say, if in any case somebody is suffering a back problem, the best thing to do is to see a specialist. And one of the specialists is physiotherapy, which will be able to kind of do proper examination and to be able to come up with a tailored kind of treatment. Not all back pain are the same. They are caused by different factors. Like you'd find that could be we are having a disc bulge, we have a prolapsing disc, also we have a situation where we have derailment of the vertebral columns that are not in good positions, or could be you might even have some situation where you have an extra lumbar vertebral, an extra body of the whatever. All this can cause a back pain. So if any case somebody goes into whatever an environment and you are done all that, then we might not be able to kind of come up with a proper treatment to be able to take care of our patients. Number two, you would also find that especially for patients who comes with a back problem, most of them develop stiffness, and some of them, especially if they have sciatica, sometimes they also lose their muscles, especially where the pain is running through. Could be if it is the right leg. And some of them apparently do not even know that they're even losing their muscles, because what feeds the muscle are the nerves. So once we have an impingement, once we have pressure, could be from the sciatic area that is supposed to be supplying that one particular muscle, then of course, which means that muscle will become will become atrophic, which means it will lose the strength.
Yes.
And eventually, after losing the strength, it might also even lose the girth. So now, at the physiotherapy point, we have now long-term goals. We'll deal with the pain. Then, of course, we can also do a bit of little stretches to be able to kind of pull, if any case it is a disc which is bulging, to push it back to position.
Okay.
Then we tailor for you exercise as per your presentation.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Dominic.
Yes.
Like what Ndu has just asked, that I have this back pain. I've gone to someone within the community who always handles such situations. Have you seen situations where that back problem has been worsened by people going through someone who has not gone through proper diagnosis, such that by the time I'm coming to you, whatever the other guy did has worsened the situation even more?
Most of the situations we have even seen areas where now even patients have even sustained fractures, because sometimes, especially when they are seen with people who are not specialists, because one of the key parameters, as Dr. Dari had said, that these patients sometimes you might be subjected to take them through imaging to be able to see whether how are the discs, how are the muscles, how are the nerves. Then again, at some point, they even do a bit of what we call, you check the bone density, because the muscles are anchored onto the bones. So if any case, sometimes the bone density is compromised, the bone density is low, then which means areas where the muscles are anchoring on are also already compromised. So if you just go, you press with so much of energy, then of course you might end up hurting your patient instead of even helping them.
Okay. Dr. Dari, many a pregnant woman or many a woman who's gone through pregnancy will also say that the pregnancy sat on a particular part of the body that was uncomfortable, especially towards the end of the pregnancy. And then after they gave birth, they've always had this back issue. What's the cause of this thing that never seems to go away?
Now, during pregnancy, we have a lot of changes in the body that are geared towards the baby. That we have hormonal changes that soften our joints and makes them a little more flexible. We talk of things like hormone, the progesterone hormone. Now, these joints mean they are too lax at that stage to accommodate the baby. After the delivery, we have to have a reversal of that. Sometimes, depending on various conditions, one could be the disproportionate size of the baby vis-a-vis the mother. You have a lot of these stretches that are not coming back to their normal. And I see my obstetric colleagues sometimes send me their own patients for that, to deal with that back issue. So it's to manage the patient with a view, explain particularly, what is important is make the patient understand what is causing you this, what could have led to the back having a problem. And as I said, the main thing is normally those changes that have occurred during the pregnancy that ought to resolve as again, it's a natural process, but sometimes you don't get it back. You might realize, for example, like what I'm showing you behind here, in front of me here, this is the pelvis. This gap in the middle, there are ligaments, which are softer material that hold those bones together. Because the baby must pass through this point to come out in the natural way, this tends to soften and lax to allow that accommodation of the extra space. This should go back when the mother has had the delivery.
Should go back.
Should go back.
Okay.
But sometimes, for again the reasons I've explained, that the baby could have been so big, or the procedure which was used to deliver this mother, maybe it was assisted delivery. You're using certain
Forceps.
things, forceps and the like. You could have caused a little bit of trauma to that area. So you have disruption of this joint. And it can be very painful. The lady can't be able to move. The same thing would happen to the back. Because again, the back, we have what we call the sacroiliac joint, which again adapt to pregnancy to try and accommodate that.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Dominic, there's a question that has been asked here by one Geoffrey Ashundu, and is asking motor control and muscle activation and pain management in lower back pain. Which one comes first?
All right. Basically, pain management should come first. Then once we have managed the pain, then of course now we are able to kind of initiate exercises that we should be able to kind of create nice motor control so that you can be able to kind of move your joints. Because if you are in so much pain, it will be very difficult to really do a lot of exercises. So pain control, then you have now motor. Yes.
Okay. Would you say that for a lot of the conditions that people face today that are primarily causing pain, for you to know that there is an issue, that they can be handled to the point whereby you feel significantly and, you can feel better but not operate better? But then here's a combination whereby there is enough in terms of therapy and treatment whereby you feel and operate better.
Is that to me?
Yes, Dr. Harry.
Let me think. Yes. I'll tell you again, from my perspective, a patient is not a case. What I mean, if you come with your knee pain, I don't want to focus on that knee alone. I want to know a little bit about yourself, about your life. And it could be there are other factors that are associated with that pain. If I don't help you to manage the other factors, you will feel better in that knee, but you will not be functional as you ought to be, because I've not managed your psychological aspects of your problem. It could have been caused by trauma. It could have been something that you were injured because there was a scuffle in the house.
Right.
And that, if it's not addressed, that we don't take into consideration that you are emotionally damaged, we are not helping you much. So we need to tell you this you'll recover from, but again, look at the problems around it to a way of resolving. So if I feel you need a colleague of mine or a counselor most of the time to take you through that, this is a condition that is not going to leave you lame, because some will walk forever as a way of us demonstrating how much damage was caused by the spouse. Let's take it for that. Okay.
Well, I mean, there's a lot that can be done. So I think one of the things that we can take away from this conversation is that you don't need to linger in your pain, that you can actually come and get something done about it. And there are many conditions that can be sorted out. And thank you both of you for being here this morning to help on the Healthy Friday conversation. Dominic Hamisi is a consultant orthopedics physiotherapist, and Colonel Dr. George Dari, consultant orthopedic surgeon. Thank you very much for being here this morning and shedding light on these issues. Good morning.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, and we really appreciate, and we hope we have been of use to our viewers and listeners.
Indeed.
Yes, thank you.
Asante Sana. Good morning at 2 minutes past 8.
It is now 8 a.m. with ICEA Lion. It is time to plan ahead with ICEA Lion. What's your plan?
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Ministry of Education is due to release the 2025 KCSE results this morning. More than 996,000 candidates sat the examination. The Kenya National Examination Council has already activated the online system used to access results in anticipation of high traffic from students, parents, guardians, and schools. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union has supported plans to revoke the licenses of foreign doctors practicing in Kenya. KMPDU cites widespread exploitation by employing hospitals, unlawful implementation of international labor laws, and rising unemployment among Kenyan doctors. KMPDU Secretary General Davji Atela said the directive was necessary to protect local health workers and restore fairness and accountability in Kenya's healthcare labor system.
Today, as a union, we are reminding all employers that the established day and night locums are binding professional standards, not optional suggestions that they can disregard at will. Our position as a union going forward, that KMPD is commencing a comprehensive, a nationwide enforcement campaign to ensure that there is 100% compliance by both the public and private facilities. We will no longer tolerate the systemic undercutting of professional fees and labor standards in the name of profit.
Pastor James Irungu was discharged from hospital on Thursday, hours after he collapsed at the 79th hour of his 80 hours tree-hugging challenge to raise cancer awareness. Immediately after he was discharged from Muranga Level 5 Hospital, Pastor Irungu was driven around Muranga town in a convoy of vehicles escorted by gospel singers. Doctors said he'd experienced significant exhaustion and severe dehydration, and as a result had started developing some organ complications, including an acute kidney injury. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has urged Nairobians to kick out President William Ruto and Governor Johnson Sakaja in 2027 as he continues to rally support for the United Opposition coalition ahead of the next general election. Speaking in Gikomba, Gachagua said the opposition is determined to ensure that Ruto fails to secure a second term. He urged city residents to join his DCP party, which he said will liberate the country.
Sakaja ni one term, si one term. Wangapi anasema Sakaja aende, Sakaja aende, Sakaja. Mimi nakuja hapa kuomba msamaha. Mimi ndio nilikuja hapa nikatetea Kasongo. Nikatetea Sakaja. Naomba msamaha. Huyu Kasongo na Sakaja wamehangaisha watu ya Nairobi. Watu ya Nairobi wanaitwa kama swara. Lakini wakati umefika tuamuke mapema, tufukuze Kasongo na Sakaja, wote waende nyumbani.
Many Kenyans who were recently lured into Russia soldier jobs did not report their travels to the government. Foreign Affairs CS Musalia Mudavadi has said. Mudavadi said this made it difficult to stop them from joining the Russian forces fighting in Ukraine.
The truth of the matter is that most of them were not even indicating to the government of Kenya that they have been offered such jobs. If you want to travel, you'll go to an embassy, your visa will be processed. But the government of Kenya is not obligated to know where you're going. It's up to you to choose to inform the mission in Moscow that I am a Kenyan, I am coming, these are my details. This information was not being availed. And we have extreme cases where some of the individuals did not even inform their own family members. They hid this information from their own family members, let alone the government.
2 people have been wounded in a shooting involving U.S. federal agents in Portland, Oregon. The city's police department said in a statement that a man and woman had been taken to hospital and their conditions were unknown. The Department of Homeland Security said the incident happened at 14:19 local time with the traffic stop of a Venezuelan gang member who attempted to run over agents with his car. The incident comes a day after a federal agent fatally shot a woman in Minneapolis, triggering protests around the U.S. against federal law enforcement operations in U.S. cities. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 9 minutes after 8 o'clock and continuing into the third hour of our conversation this morning. A very good morning to you as we get into it. We've been discussing how to navigate this consistently and constantly changing world. And when it comes to money, you need a plan that's easy to access. The good news, ICA Lion is making your financial journey seamless and digital. Digital is always a good thing, isn't it? And when we talk about, you can forget about the old-fashioned complicated stuff. ICA Lion has digital channels like their WhatsApp chat bot Leo and their self-service portal, making planning super easy. They even have a retirement preparedness index tool. It helps you calculate exactly how much you need for retirement and gives you a specific target to plan towards. ICA Line is making insurance and investment necessities and not luxuries for a diverse group of people. So find your accessible, inclusive and helpful plan today. Just ask, what's your plan? Check out the digital tools at icealion.co.ke. And we did promise you that when you shop and pay, you win. How do you do this? You do this with your KCB winning card. When is the last time that your everyday payments actually paid you back? With the KCB winning card, every day takes you closer to a major win. Here's what you have to do. Use your KCB credit, debit, or prepaid card whenever you pay for shopping, fueling your car, grabbing lunch, or shopping online. You get a chance to win weekly, monthly, and a grand prize. Weekly winners walk away with 10,000 shillings. Monthly winners walk away with 100,000 shillings. And the grand prize is a holiday getaway to Zanzibar for 2, complete with flights and accommodation. And we're asking you to do this morning. Paying with your KCB card is fast, it is secure, and it is almost guaranteeing you of a win. So don't just shop smart and win big. The more you pay with your KCB card, the higher your chances of winning. So use your KCB card today because it is the winning card. Now, there are folks across the country who have entered into a situation that is quite difficult. And that is with education. We're going to get into that this morning. Joining us this morning is Janet Okoh. She's here today to then help us through this conversation. The Executive Director of Tunza Mtoto Coalition joins us this morning. Janet, good morning.
Good morning.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
How are you doing?
I'm right, thank you.
Karibu sana.
Yeah.
All right. Dennis is going to welcome you to this proverb. We'd love to hear from you.
Today we are in the home of Ibrahim Traore.
Okay.
Burkina Faso, a beautiful country whose gold, well, they've decided to add value on it. They're big on cotton, and it's decided as well that the judiciary will wear traditional attire from Burkina Faso. He has decided that school-going children will wear uniform that has been produced from material that is Burkina Faso. That has been made by the Burkinabes, right? So this is what the ancestors of Burkina Faso are saying. That which is hard is good. Whatever is easy brings no benefit. How would you interpret that?
That which is hard
is good. Whatever is easy brings no benefit.
Wow. I'm sure the young people will not agree with this because they believe in working smart, not hard. But I think in principle is that at times when you take the hard route, in terms of like there are times when there are hard decisions that have to be made. And if you don't make those hard decisions and insist on the easy way, then in the long term, when you're so beaten and when things have fallen out so much, you might just have to come back to that hard route that you avoided in the first place. And to probably go out of context a little and just seeing what they've done. Have you said that they've decided that there's going to be cotton, their own material to make uniforms?
Yes.
I mean, I went to Ghana at some point in 2012, and that's the time when we were grappling with the issue of very high costs of school uniforms and all that. And in Ghana, they're just doing tunic, some tunic with the local their local fabric, and you go to school. You want to imagine how we have complicated our uniform. That this particular one has got to have pleats that are looking how, and it still costs, How about if we decided that all Nairobi schools will be having this tunic? It becomes so easy because those are people that have really understood what exactly are we trying to do. What we are trying to do is to bring the cost of education to nil, if there can be anything like that. But if we cannot get it to nil, why can't we get it to the nearest possible to zero cost?
Yes.
So I really think that I love that idea from Burkina Faso, and I would implore on the government of Kenya to consider that kind of a thing, because not only does it make things cheap, but also now provides market.
Yes.
It provides jobs. You can remember when I don't know when you went to school, but when I did, you could just contact the local tailor. The school could just tell your parents that it is an A-shaped skirt. So the local tailor had a job to do. But now, the local tailors have got nothing to do because schools are insisting that you must buy uniforms from a certain place. So this is how we ended up killing the local tailors. And they're only now patching Viraka. Yet we want to create jobs.
Yeah.
Indeed. And even as you talk about that, I think it comes into a layered conversation whereby this week is a pain point for many. And that it is unfortunate that we are having pain point conversations within a sector that seems to have gone through so many pain points just last year.
Yeah.
And so here we are with grade 10 and we are fumbling. How then do you qualify for categorization? To which school do you go to? For those who are being asked to pay up to 400,000 shillings for placement for your child. And if that you're not even, and this is not a fake number, 400,000 bob for placement, and you're not even sure if your child will get into that school in the first place. Form 3s and 4s were being admitted, were coming back to school last week and this week. And even with that coming back to school, there are parents who are standing at the gates of certain schools with envelopes in hand, hoping that their child will get a place. Is there a problem, Janet?
I'm not promising that we are likely to get out of that. And I would be very shocked by any Kenyan who was not expecting that we would get here someday. Because this is what we have done. We have refused absolutely to develop schools from where the colonialists left them. You've been listening to the conversation going on about Alliance, about Mangu, and don't worry that the politicians have taken it out of context. Listening to the former deputy president flag out the issue of Alliance, it's really a national conversation, and I thank him for bringing this issue to the fore. But I do not agree with the tangent that he took, because he ethnicized it and he made it look like there's some communities that should not be in Alliance, and attempting to take credit particular people for the existence of Alliance. But here is the national conversation that we must have, is that why haven't we created not even 100 alliances, 10 since independence? Why haven't we created any more alliances? So as we speak right now, there are over 240 thereabout national schools. But even the Ministry of Education will confess that they are not having brush, or they're not having so much competition with the entire 240. No, it's about 10 schools that every Kenyan wants their child to go to. Is that normal? It is not normal. And it cannot be a problem. We cannot pin that problem on the Ministry of Education right now. We cannot pin that problem on that. We can only pin the problem on a lack of planning over a long period of time. So I even saw someone saying that just the other day, the government had put money belonging to the housing project to put up some dormitories, or is it a dining hall, in Alliance? And I was, no. why are we still putting resources where resources are concentrated? Why do we not stop now and say we have built one alliance for too long, we have built one Mangu for too long? Why won't we build something else in Western? Well, because there are schools there as well. But the mentality of Kenyans is such that the quality of education that is offered in Mangu or Alliance is very different from that which happens in any other place. And they are right. I agree with the parents of this country. Because if you go to Alliance today, there is no shortage of teachers.
Nope.
Even when there is no shortage of teachers, the best teachers, the best of best, they actually even poach. The best are taken there.
But what situation allows that to occur? What is it that has created this thing that allows that to occur? Because you would imagine, the way the system is on paper is that this is the categorization of schools allows an equilibrium across the country, but that is not the case. What has allowed this situation to foster?
For me, I think, and we've said this severally, the day we will dissociate education planning from politics, that is the day that we will say that surely we have attempted to make it. Because you see, even the reason why we would be having C1, C2, C3 schools, in actual sense, that should not be there. Can't we have a standard? Can't we have a standard for a school to be called a school? Honestly, if you see what has been called a school in the past, it's 4 classrooms. You know, just because there are 4 blocks of brick and mortar, then that qualifies to be a class, and it is not so. I honestly wish, and one day I pray to God that I become a member of parliament, because the one thing I shall surely do, I shall introduce a bill that bars further investment in the already developed schools. Can we develop the now called the C4 schools, which are the day schools? Can't we? What is wrong with putting a state-of-the-art facility in some day school somewhere in Western Province, for example? There is absolutely nothing wrong. But the fact that we do not sit down and carefully plan about our education. Now, let me ask, are we expecting that Alliance, for example, has a capacity of 700 when it is stretched to the max?
Already admitting easily 150 more than it should.
You see that? But there are how many people, how many girls of this country, how many boys applied to be admitted to those schools?
Yes.
There are thousands and thousands. So even when we want to sit here and criticize the Ministry of Education for the confusion that there is, the parents are outside every good school's gate. How would you say that the Ministry of Education has failed you? You know, you cannot say that. We can only say to ourselves that surely, as a country, we have failed to plan. And what is biting me so much is that we can get to a point and say, fine, we have not planned, but here we are now. Because we are everything we have been waiting for. We are here and we are ready to start the planification so that 5 years down the line, then we do not have this problem. But no, we are not going to do that.
Janet, you know, you look at the education sector, you talk about the already developed schools, and in terms of quality of education, they get the very best. That indicates or implies to a fact that there are other schools in the same country or in the same locale that are not getting the very best. And one then asks the question, how then are these students, how are these Kenyans able to compete if they are getting different?
Yeah, of course they cannot compete. They cannot compete. You know, and those are the inequalities that have continually been perpetrated or perpetuated by us imagining or lying to a section of the parents. You know, that all of us are the same, because we do the same examination, but the preparatory process, the preparation process is not similar. It doesn't look the same, you know, and that's why I'm saying that we need to have a very honest conversation. We must have an honest conversation. And why I feel so beaten is when we politicize conversations that are not political at all. When it took this dimension that leaders from Northeastern Province have not invested in their regions, and it's why they're coming to Alliance. And I see somebody coming from Nairobi region joining the conversation. And I'm like, are you even serious? Do you know that you are also excluded? That conversation excludes you. It excludes you. And when you're busy here in Nairobi, holding a leader in Northeastern Province to account for why they have not built schools, show me any alliance in Nairobi here. In any case, there are no marginalized children, like children of Nairobi. They aren't. Because even the good schools that we have here, the Panganis and the Nairobi schools, they are national schools. And by national school, they don't tell people who think that Alliance is in Kiambu, therefore it should admit children from Kiambu. That is not how we build a nation. No. We build a nation by having national policies. By, you cannot, and especially what education is and what is education is supposed to do to this country called Kenya. Education is what is supposed to help us fight tribalism. So we cannot, and I want to encourage people who are having those conversations. It's an equalizer. Yeah. Please stay away. This conversation can only be held in the context of equality. It can only be held in the context of some regions have traditionally, they started investing in education long ago when other regions were marginalized. That cannot call you any better from any other person. In any case, those from Central Province that are arguing that they built alliance, why haven't they built any other alliance?
They didn't.
They didn't. It was started by colonialists. Yes. All right, show us the one you have started. You know that? Because even in that particular Central Province, there is only one Alliance High School. So, I mean, we collectively have run amok for the planning of education for our country. And when we were speaking 4 years ago and looking at children who want to join Form 1, for example, to be 500, as we are speaking today, there are 1 million. So the numbers keep bulging and bulging, yet we do not see serious plans. The only plans that there are, and I really feel sad because it is so insufficient. It's CDF. The ministry has said the CDF funds to construct classrooms. The conversation we are talking about here and the plan we are thinking about that will make sure that we sort this problem once and for all, it is not a CDF conversation. It is an education fund conversation. Okay. It's something that will sort the problem once and for all. We are not, when a government speaks to us and says our education plan equals capitation grant, no. Capitation grant is not an education plan. It's just how you're telling me today that you have 1,000 bob in your pocket that should do your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Those are pesa ya matumizi. That is what capitation grant is. But money for buying chalk, money for repairing a desk cannot be called an education plan. An education plan is showing us how you plan to absorb the numbers that are now moving to senior schools. Right. That is the education plan.
Okay, so the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms was put together for things such as this, because just in the title alone, it was clear that things had gone wrong over time. And so the Reform Party was supposed to put some of these things, but unfortunately we see things kind of spiraling out of control. To the point whereby a new curriculum, a new education system, as it were, was introduced. And now we see about 1 million students kind of in limbo. And these are the grade 10s, 800,000 or so. These are the grade 10s who are entering now into senior secondary school and have to go into pathways. The selection of those pathways, where they're going to end up. One of the things that the Presidential Working Party suggested when they handed over the report to the president was that the decategorization of schools was going to be paramount. We were going to see that in 2026. 2026 was the year that they actually put on that report for the start of the decategorization of schools. If anything, what we are seeing is an entrenchment of this thing right now, because people are still selecting those top schools. There are some 3,000 schools which didn't even get so much as a period when it came to selection in term 2 of grade 9 for these current grade 10s. So are we making the problem, are we entrenching the problem, or are we looking at getting better? Because this decategorization is what would essentially get everybody on the same playing field. And now that education fund that you're talking about ensures that all schools on the same level have the labs that you need, have the resources and equipment that you need, have the teaching personnel that TSC now is fixed towards that. But we don't see this kind of progression happening. We don't. And if we don't see it now, when could such a thing actually be? That's why we have 400,000 being paid. And by the way, to who?
When I tell education advocates and defenders of the right to education that we must not rest, we must make sure that we lift the political profile of education to the highest levels that it were. They sometimes think that I'm probably being too much. No, I am not. This is not a conversation that you want to have with the Ministry of Education. This is purely a presidential conversation. It's about how have you prioritized education. It's about how are you thinking, how are you thinking as a political party, as a presidential party, how are you thinking about education? Then I will tell you, when we say that Mwai Kibaki did phenomenal things, he did not come in and find the way things were operating and operated that way within the mess. No, he rose above the bar and said there was about 4 billion shillings somewhere. Let every child come back to education. That money was not anywhere. This man had a big dream. He had a big dream for education. He knew where the globe wanted education to be. We had just come from 1990 in Jomtien, Thailand, 2000 in Dhaka, and the world was moving towards making education affordable for all. He did not sit to wonder that there is no budget, but he said, no, everything else is going to take a back seat, but I want to do this for education. And he did it. And so what we are saying is that President William Ruto has an opportunity, even right now, to dream big for education. Honestly, let me tell you, we will, even if we get whoever we get for the Minister for Education, in the current circumstances, they will be operating from one fire to the next, Why? Because there is no big plan. Even next year will be worse, because the number of children are even more. The ones that will be sitting their examinations will be more than these years. And we will not have done anything about this situation. How about saying we want to expand, we want to resource? Because even when parents are done haggling for positions, what awaits them is even worse. Because the pathways have not been funded.
No, they have not.
They have not been funded.
We are 5.6 billion shillings has been released by Treasury this January to begin to print textbooks. I'm just telling you.
I said I don't want to operate within the Ministry of Education because it's really you even pity the CS for education, because when you're coming from this mess of placements, you enter into another one. You enter now. I hear junior secondary school teachers are saying by Tuesday they will not be going to work. What exactly is this government plan for education? And let us remove capitation grants from the mouth completely, because we have said capitation grant is a gas cooker in the houses. You cannot keep saying that I am running the house.
It keeps the lights on.
It keeps the light on. So if you switch off the light, then we have this conversation in the dark. So we cannot say that the plan is capitation. No. What other plan exactly does this government have for education? If the plan is to shift the burden to the parents, because that is what this is.
Yes.
How, in fact, those going to the STEM pathway might not have it very hard, because the laboratories and everything, the previous system had all that in check. Now imagine someone going to the pathway of the creative arts, so the studios.
Do we have studios? Do we have theaters?
So let me tell you what will happen. Is that the 600 of you that have been admitted to this school will just be called by the head of the school that you have been called here, we need this, and they get a budget at 20, they want to do a 20 million theatre or something, every parent, 30,000 Kenya shillings. How is it that we are running free education in this country? At what point did the burden of developing schools shift from the government to the parents? And the parents of this country must say, no, this is not our burden. Let this government show us the plan they have for resourcing CBC.
Janet, we talk about having a plan. The Presidential Working Party went around the country, and we talked about the decategorization matter. But you talk about a decategorization issue without having a plan on how you will ensure that other schools, other alliances are in other counties, in other regions, just so we can be able to fight that decategorization. How are we talking about a plan when capitation is not being sent on time, when we do not have teachers resourced to be in school? Payment and permanent pensionable terms has always been a pinpoint for the JSS teachers. Today, we are here talking about 400,000 shillings that is being paid. Yet, even those parents that are paying the 400,000 are not guaranteed of getting those positions anyway.
First and foremost, it's not. It's not moral that you can pay monies to be able to get a slot in any school, and therefore that is an issue that the government is supposed first to be dealing with. Find out who is selling, sports, because as far as we are concerned, we are told it is a system that is picking children.
Yes.
So we don't know whether that system is the one that is taking money, or where else is money involved, because everyone else thinks that it is a portal. And parents are told, we will open the portal, we will close the portal is down, the portal is up. So the idea of parents paying money, that's just a criminal enterprise that is being run by somebody. and really, the government should be able to protect parents, And let me say that the challenges of not having enough facilities are what breeds this sort of evil, because everywhere where competition is this the same conversation we were having when we were saying, can we stop this issue of grading schools?
Yes.
From number 1 to number 100, because now that is what was introducing that, hey, hi, can I pay you $1 million, Bob, so that you list my school very high, so that, so when competition is in there, and that's why we have the Competitions Authority of Kenya, because when competition comes in, there are several ills, there are certain evils that really come in. But far from that, is that even when we want to talk about capitation and credit the government for releasing capitation this time early, we want to wonder, the devil is in the details. This capitation that was released, did you owe capitation in the previous year?
You did.
Yes, please. 7,442
schools
shillings.
Were owed
60B.
Schools were owed billions of money. So without a statement that tells these heads that this money is for paying the previous debt, and therefore this year, the only money that actually comes to sorting the liabilities or responsibilities for this year, in my math, is about 3 billion only.
Yes.
Because if schools were owed last year's monies, and this we have said is money for lights and gas, and they expended that amount. So how are principals running the schools? Really speaking. Now, as if that is not enough, we have the Kenya National Examinations Council, NEC, that is releasing the KCSE
today
results,
at 9 o'clock.
A few minutes from now. And when I look at that institution, by the time they were appearing in Parliament last time, they had zero budget. Zero, like the government of this country had not allocated any money
to NEC.
It took the noise from some of us and a lot of issues, because we were like, you guys, examinations is part of this free-day secondary school package, because it is no point for you to educate a child all the way to Form 4 and at the tail end of it, ask them for 5,400 shillings, and they don't afford, and so they don't sit the examinations, and therefore all these 4 years come to waste. So the Kenya National Examinations Council is also thoroughly underfunded. So a lot of the inefficiencies that you see in the system is because the funding that we're talking about in education is not sufficient. And that's why I am saying, let us not have this conversation with the Ministry of Education, honestly speaking. Can we raise the political profile of education a little bit higher and ask this government, what exactly is your commitment to education? Okay, fair. There is no plan to develop schools. There is no plan. Fine. Okay, about capitation also. You will also not deliver capitation. You will also not send the few shillings that should keep a child in school. You will not keep. When someone stands and says, we have sent 44 billion, as Kenyans, we should interrogate that 44 billion. You have sent that 44 billion now. What you're not saying is that this 44 billion, number one, we have 22 billion debt. The head teachers owe so much, so they don't know whether it is for this year or it is for when. In short, we really must have a national conversation regarding education. And why I want us to have a national conversation regarding education is because this is not subject to any political party's manifesto. It is not subject to any political party's manifesto. It is subject to the Constitution of Kenya. So we refuse to negotiate. We refuse to negotiate about funding education with anybody. We must have standards. We must have our standards, and we must say, you came into government and you found government of Kenya funding education per child to the tune of 22,000. By the time you reduce it to 16,000, you must call all of us for a meeting and give us rationale as to why you are reducing it from 22 and to 16. And the parents of this country, they also must stand somewhere. You know, parents must stand somewhere. You cannot, bad governance must be fought from every end. But you cannot be the ones who are supporting. When we said, stop these empowerment programs, stop them, because they are moribund, they're not systemic, they're not helping anybody. And the same parents would be the ones who are championing. All right. So just go back. Now we are opening school right now. Go to that kitty of that empowerment money that you are given. Draw from there and go and pay school fees. You know, go and pay school fees. So if you are given 1,000 Kenya shillings, go to school, you're being required to pay school fees 30,000 Kenya shillings. Go and pay there so that every Kenyan in this country will participate. When we are saying this money is our tax, can it be used in ways that we as Kenyans have sanctioned? And how have we sanctioned? We have sanctioned it through our constitution. We have said our priorities include education, our priorities include health, because that is what we agreed, all of us, a long time ago. But when we allow a group of people to sit somewhere, determine for us our priorities, and when we tell you no, this is not taking us in the right direction, Kenyans of this country will be the ones, they will shock you. But now when it is time for paying school fees, they are, who are they looking at? Let them draw from that motivation kitty. You remember that money they got? Let them draw from there, go to school and pay school fees.
If it's still there.
If it is still there, why don't we agree as a country to work together, support education, defend education, and call out our government when it is spending our resources in manners that we have not sanctioned? And I tell people, you are not going to look the other way against corruption, for example, and then come here and cry that government should fund education. Government cannot fund education when all that money has been stolen and when all that money is in people's pocket.
Right.
So it's sort of looking at it from a global perspective and saying, can we ask for good governance? Because it's only when we have good governance that then we will be able to enjoy our social services such as health, such as education, such as good roads. That's the only time.
A series of questions, and first one, is education devolved?
Education is not devolved. The only aspect of education that is devolved is the ECD.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, it is not a devolved function, right? So that means that its operations, by and large, are in one place.
Yes.
Okay. Is it too much? And I'm asking this because when we start to peel away the layers, Janet, there's a lot. If we start at ECD, which is handled by the counties at the moment, there's still money that's drawn from the exchequer that's sent to counties, and that counties are able to, pay for operations at the ECD level. When we come to primary school, we're looking at issues of teacher shortage. We were told that 100,000 teachers would be hired, 76,000 or so, and they were expecting another 24,000 this year. But then we also find that the majority of those teachers are interns who are looking for P&P terms right now. That's what they're fighting for.
Yeah.
And that's what the reality of the day is. They're saying, if you're not giving us those P&P terms, then keep your job. We essentially don't want it. That's coming from the 100,000 promise. Okay? That's one issue. Then we deal with this placement issue at the secondary school level. We deal with issues of books, again, at the secondary school level.
Yes.
We deal with STEM, which, by the way, science teachers, we're running at a 37% shortage of science teachers in the country. That's another issue. We're dealing with capitation, another issue. 64 billion shillings owed over 5 years. We're looking at 23 billion shillings having been sent out, 44 billion shillings sent. There's a deficit from last year of 7,000 shillings per child, coming to about, 22 billion owed. Some money was sent out, still at a deficit. Well, do you see? And that's just 7 things. The list goes on and on and on. So, as a function of government that is not devolved, is there too much that needs to be handled? And that's why we see the symptoms that are so glaring at the moment. Is it too much?
I think the best way to answer that question is to wonder, are we becoming poorer as a country? Because there's a time I know that a lot of issues had been contained, in a way, and it was looking like we were not doing at 100%. We were not doing at 100%, but there's something that consistency does. If you're at 50, at least when we are drawing the next graph, you should be at 52. Even if you're not at 60 or 70, attempt to be at 53. But we cannot be making retrogressive steps. We cannot be making retrogressive steps. And it draws me back to what exactly as a country are our priorities. Where are we putting our money? And that's why I'm saying we should not allow ourselves to start developing new priorities. And especially when I mention those new priorities, I feel so bad to always keep referring to the example that I give for Nairobi, because I will give it until cows come home. I have not believed that it is prudent for Nairobi government to spend 1.7 billion per year on school feeding. That is not our priority. It's not a priority. Considering those very children that you want to purport to be feeding using 1.7 billion shillings are not even here, are not here. By the time they have finished grade 6 and they want to go to senior school, come and see where Nairobi children are going.
What do you mean they're not here? Where are they?
Nairobi does not have schools.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nairobi does not have schools. So they are the ones who have been called to Migori. They are the ones who are in Kuria. They are the ones who are anywhere. So if any politician is feeling a problem, they should first stop Nairobi children from going all over the place. Show us Nairobi schools. Why are we not developing infrastructure in Nairobi? Why would you sit down and say that I want to spend 1.7 billion in a project that will draw parents to me, that will make people love me? Why are we allowing politicians to use our money as if it were their own? Do we not have frameworks? Do we not have rules for how? Then you want to tell me that we do not have money as a country? No, I just think that we are not very disciplined in directing our money to where the plan should be. And that's why I'm saying, what exactly is our plan? What is our plan? Is our plan to just come back to office in 2027? Is that our plan? If that is your leader's plan, then we must be very clear with him that is your plan. Please draw your plan with your money. But when it comes to our resources, what have we planned as Nairobians? We want to house all our children in publicly funded schools. We do not want half of our children to be in alternative providers of basic education, because they are going to pay money, and they're the same people that have paid you tax. So we want Nairobians that have paid tax to first enjoy the tax money that they have paid. Is that so hard?
Janet, as we talk about having a national conversation on matters to do with education, one asks the question, even at the time when the Constitution of Kenya 2010 was in place and speaks highly in terms of having free and affordable education for all, did we sit down as a country and said, as we are offering this free education, this is the kind and quality of education that we must have? Because it appears to me as if what the Constitution said is what we are implementing without being deliberate on the kind of education that we want to give the students and the children of the Republic of Kenya. That right now, as we're having this discussion, perhaps it's about time that we sat down and said, if it's in Nairobi, how many schools do we need in Nairobi, and how are we funding them? If it's in Kiambu, how many schools are we putting up in Kiambu for us to say that each and every child from different corners of the country can access that quality education that can be found in Mangu, in Alliance?
The Constitution cannot do all that. Because we have the Constitution as a guiding document.
Yes.
As a guiding document. Then from the Constitution, we get statutes.
Yes.
From the statutes, we get regulations. You see that? So that the Constitution has given you the broad direction. the true north, that this is where we want to go as a country. So as leaders, it is you to devise strategies of going there where the Constitution has dictated us to go. But what do we have? We have a leadership that knows too well that this is where we should go. But do not attempt to take any step towards taking us there. Why? Because there are no consequences for anybody. And they therefore decide where they want to go themselves. Where do they want to go? They want to come back to power forever and ever. So they want to come back to 2027. So what do? We devise projects that will endear people to us, And at the opportune time, like this particular period, for an example, you will now see we have paid capitation in good time. You had said we do this. We are doing this. But honestly speaking, there is nowhere, because we have not seen our political systems are just so bad that they are not able to hold such people to account. Because poverty has now been used as a currency. It has been used by a currency because we have discovered that you can take a group of people and brand them a name. Like, for example, call them hustlers and chaperone them towards somewhere. That is using poverty as a currency. You can use poverty to tell to tell the parents that I am giving your children food at 5 shillings. In actual fact, it is not 5 shillings. Because they have not been told about the 1.7 billion shillings that comes from the taxes.
Yes.
They are only seeing that 5 shillings that they are paying. They have not been told what else, the opportunity cost of this 1.7 billion shillings. And you know what? Politicians know this. This language I am speaking is not for a politician. No, it is not. This language that I am speaking is for somebody who wants to build a country. But what do politicians do? They have studied our people. They are not interested in this language of building the nation. No, they're interested in that language of today. Have you given me 1,000 shillings? It's fine. I have forgiven you all the transgressions that you have committed unto me and upon my generations and my children, and I will vote for you. This is where we are right now. It is very difficult in this country to have a conversation that leads us to where we want to go. Because why? The masses will be fighting you and telling you, no, that conversation is not for now.
Indeed.
For when?
And yet, we have a member of the cabinet who sits as the vanguard of this ministry. Is it an overwhelming position for him? One would have expected that CS Ogamba would be able to streamline, because that's what he's been hired to do. To streamline. In fact, he sat in Parliament when he was being vetted, and he talked about things that he would do when he comes in as the CS, if been given the opportunity. Now he's been given the opportunity, and we seem to have just been able to haggle around issues of capitation and placement without actually structuring the system to work in the manner in which it was supposed to be. I want to ask, should he take the rap for all of these things which didn't start happening in 2024 or 2023? They started a while ago, but they seem to have degenerated to a point whereby you want to ask the question, who's at the helm?
No, I have interacted with the CS for education, and to be very honest and fair, when someone is a lawyer, they are a credible person, that they are somebody who could really interpret things and so on and so forth. So the CS for education is really, and from how he has steered the sector, in my own observation from afar, he's a stable person. He's not the person we've seen every day on press issuing this and the other and contradicting himself. No, he's stable and he is calm. And to give credit where it is due, the gentleman has tried, for sure. The gentleman has tried. And that is why I'm telling you, this conversation is not to be had at the Ministry of Education.
Okay.
There is very little that CS Ogamba can do. He cannot influence where money goes and how money. He cannot influence. Treasury has to tell us, because as far as the CS is concerned, he has given his needs that we need XYZ amount of money. He has given that amount of money. Who deducts? Who decides? No? we are not sending 60 billion to schools. We are sending 44 billion to schools. Who decides? Who makes that decision? It is not him. It is somebody else that makes that decision. Where is that person? That is the person Kenyans must be having a conversation with. Because I know those are the people that sit down and say, all of a sudden, the right to housing has become more important to Kenyans than the right to education. That is suspect. That in itself is suspect. When did right to housing become more important
than education?
When did right to housing become more important than the right to health? You know, those are the conversations that we must be having. And I had the other day, Honorable Sifuna saying, there are things that must be investigated. There are things that must be investigated. If Kenyans want to really be true to themselves, how did health occupy a higher political, housing, occupy a higher political profile than education? How is it we are struggling? It seems like, yet, when the rubber meets the road, rubber meeting the road saying, it is time for politics. It is to education that they will return. It is to education that they will return. So how is it that we are not seeing the value in spending money where it is supposed to be spent? And I wanted to use that to tell you that when you're CS for education, I've occupied a little position in education at the county government of Nairobi. And I know that you can actually be preoccupied because these crises are not being created by yourself. You see, by the time you don't send money to schools, you are creating confusion for this years because he will be receiving calls from everywhere and answering press conferences from critics. You're causing pressure to that guy. How about if the presidency decided to do what is right for education, for example? We could have by now, between the time CBC came on board, we could have at least by now have strengthened a few more schools, equipped more schools. When the parents open, because we shall be in this country, and they're called for the first meeting, I know they will call.
Yes.
And they will say...
they will do that just before midterm.
Before midterm, yes. 30,000, 40,000, 20,000. And that is when Kenyans will begin seeing what we are saying. Because we have seen this thing from afar. And we are saying, we want to have a conversation with this government and the government that will come. What exactly is the plan for education? Don't talk to us about pocket money. Capitation is pocket money. Don't talk to us about capitation.
Janet, so usually when from Form 1 students report before we got to grade 10 now, that they report later than everybody else. They will come to school, that's what we're seeing, they'll come to school from next week. But then 3 weeks later, parents are called to come for orientation. They are called. What you're saying, as has been the practice even for Form 1s, is that parents will be told how, yes, you know, this is the school fees, this is what comes from ministry. However, we also know that money comes late or sometimes it doesn't come at all.
Okay. Hold it right there.
All right.
First of all, do you know how much has come from the ministry? It's barely 5,000. So you can't even, so 5,000 is what per child.
That's what school has at that point.
That is what school has at that particular point in time. Because what parents are supposed to be paying is boarding related expenses. That's the only amount that parents are supposed to be paying, boarding related amounts. But the point at which now we want to be told that a dining hall costs this amount of money, I will move to court myself. Yes, I will move to court myself because the government of this country must take its responsibility. Pushing the burden of building schools to parents is not going to be acceptable.
And that's why the parents are told at that orientation that what we are going to ask you to do is pay an extra 30,000 shillings. And it's put as part of your school fees. That you will be reprimanded or denied your child coming to school if you don't pay that money. It's not extra or voluntary money. It's demanded money.
Meanwhile, there is a child who will not go back to that school because the 35,000 will exclude them from the school. We have to, actually a determination has to be made. A determination has to be made as to what parents can pay. Because remember, we're having this conversation because every child is not supposed to pay anything from basic education. Basic education, as far as we are concerned, the education in this country is free. But because we have the most boardingized system in Africa, all the good schools are boarding schools. So much as you'd want to plead with the parents, no, day school is free. Take your child to day school. They will be like,
but this is a good school.
But this is a good school. So that's how parents get boxed into going to these institutions, and that's where now the conversation about money starts coming in. But if we were to be proper, and if the day we will get, read for us that proverb again from Burkina Faso, that not the day we will make hard decisions.
Yes.
Let me ask you, in Nairobi here, because I'm a Nairobi politician, I know schools that are thriving in 1 acre of land, and it's a whole secondary school. It's thriving in 1 acre because it's a community that said, we need a school here. Others are hosted in public primary school. In fact, most junior secondary schools are hosted in public primary schools.
Somewhere in estates.
Somewhere in estates. Let me ask you, what is a school like Alliance, for example, doing with over 20 acres of land? Why do we not?
There's agriculture, there's sports fields, there's the agriculture students are farming.
And that's why I'm saying we need to have a conversation on the table of saying, how can we make the most use of the land that we have? Go to Uganda. A school, a senior school, for example, has 7,000. Making use of all those facilities to the optimum. But you cannot lock in 2,000 girls somewhere in all these vast estates, and then imagine some other 3,000 struggling in an Umoja secondary school and say that we are going in one direction. No, we are not going in one direction. So there is quite a lot of planning that needs to take place. There is quite of really very radical decisions that need to be made if we want to include every child, and if we want to go the way of saying, between now and 10 years to come, we will be proud of the decisions that we make today. But if we shy away from making those decisions now, even next year, we will sit here and agonize that parents, in fact, it will be very bad. Because if parents decide to get inside that school and decide no learning is going, I've seen parents asking very pertinent questions here. How is it that my child got all exceeding expectations, all of them straight ones, but they did not get a chance in any of these good schools? They got a chance in a day school in Ukambani. If all those parents came together and they stormed one school and decided, no, we want to be explained to how it is these children that are inside here, some of which do not even have that exceeding expectations, and not our own children. Is that where we want to get?
No.
Because we saw, for example, when Parliament decided we are locking ourselves in this Parliament and we are making decisions against you, guys got in and they had to get out. Is that where because it will get there. You cannot tell me that you sit somewhere with a laptop and put my child in a school in Ukambani and put others in another school. We must have this conversation. Can we standardize all schools so that even when you're having a conversation and telling Muzazi, no, even this school, come and see. So that, because some people, sometimes we get a call from someone, probably they are in Kisii. They don't know what Bishop Gatimu Gadu Girls is. It's a very good school, but because they are in Kisii and their socialization is in Kisii, they want to change their child from Bishop Gatimu to a school in Kisii that they know. But when you take them to the school and they see the performance and they see the facilities, they're like, okay,
this can work.
This can work. So the CS needs to hold the hand of this child who has all exceeding expectations. Take them to that school that he has called them to, and convince that child that surely this is where I want to be. Take that child, take them to Alliance, and pull out all those children and explain to that child, why are you not here? And these children are here.
Yeah.
Get this criteria out. We see it in the open. Get it out.
And that's what standardization essentially would be able to cure.
Yes.
That's a conversation that we have, and it's a big one. KCSE results actually being announced or being released in a very short period of time, and that takes us into yet another level, even before we get to higher education. That's a whole other kettle of fish. Thank you for being here this morning, Janet. There's still a lot more. And it's a constant conversation. It's got to be fixed. And towards that, we've got to continue speaking about it. Can't be silent. And thank you for not being silent.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's 9:02. Conversations continue.
It is now 9 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Insurance and investment made simple for people like you, courtesy of ICEA Lion.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
The government has rolled out new measures aimed at addressing challenges facing President William Ruto's ambitious 15 billion trees project, with a focus on expanding seedling production across the country. Speaking during an assessment tour of Kinale Forest in Lari constituency, Environment CS Deborah Barasa said the initiative is anchored on strengthening tree nurseries to guarantee a steady supply of quality seedlings for afforestation and reforestation programs. According to the CS, the country currently has 300 tree nurseries, each producing an average of 2 million seedlings, translating to about 600 million seedlings annually.
We have surpassed the 1 billion mark, so we are progressing well, but the bottleneck was the seedling production. And that is why in this year, in the 300 forest stations with tree nurseries, we want more than 2 million seedlings being produced. I've taken it up on myself to ensure that we are going around assessing the capacity. We have given instructions, clear instructions to CCF, to the principal secretary and the team to ensure that we are producing 2 million seedlings.
Barasa inspected the Kinale Forestry Nursery, an 8-acre facility expected to produce 8 million seedlings annually, comprising both indigenous and exotic tree species. Local residents have welcomed the project, citing employment opportunities and economic empowerment resulting from the nursery operations.
Sasa tumepata kazi na tunashukuru sana, ili hii kazi iendelee ndio watu wengi wafaidike na hii kazi. Bila yetu tunaomba tusaidie na gambut na apron na shade juu ya jua na wakati wa mvua. Eneze hii mradi makao mingi ili wanayuthi tupate opportunities za job.
Hii mradi inatusaidia kupanda miti kwa wiki hata kwetu manyumbani.
Kinare tuko ada abadea ecosystem. Kwa hivyo bado hii miti itatusaidia kuestablish tena miti pahali imefanya nini, imeharvestiwa.
The ruling United Democratic Alliance will conduct grassroots elections across 20 counties tomorrow. Over 291,000 Kenyans have registered for the exercise, to be conducted in over 8,900 polling centers. National Elections Board Chairman Anthony Mwaura announced the registration period generated 187,699 participants competing for positions. 80,760 candidates face no opposition, according to data released on Tuesday. Lugari MP Nabi Nabwera now says he'll sue Kakamega County Deputy Governor Ayub Savula for defamation, claiming the Deputy Governor alleged that he has HIV. Addressing journalists at his home in Mautuma Ward in Lugari constituency, Nabwera said he'll be seeking 70 million shillings in damages.
I've instructed my lawyer, Danstan Omari, to go to court to file 2 cases. Case number 1 is on where he called me a murder. Case number 2 is where he has claimed of HIV. And I'm challenging Savula. I've asked my lawyer to ask Savula and I to go and take publicly tests, healthy tests, and I insist publicly in the High Court of Kenya for competent medical experts. I'm demanding a paltry 70 million for damages.
A mountain of rubbish collapsed at a landfill in the central Philippines on Thursday, killing a 22-year-old woman and leaving 38 people missing, authorities said. Rescuers pulled 12 injured sanitation workers from debris at the Binali landfill in Cebu City, who were later hospitalized. Many of the victims are believed to be workers at the landfill. The cause of the collapse is still unclear. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting, people went there, sat, listened, looked at him, there was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue our conversations 9 minutes after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of the Situation Room this Friday and also for this week. And we're getting into it. Let's end this on a note of optimism because at its core, ICA Lion is in the business of human growth and the joy of a better life. And when you think about what you can actually do moving into parts of your future, you don't need to worry about it because ICA Lion wants to romance the benefits of planning for the future in an upbeat and memorable way. So this isn't about fear. It's about the great life you can build when you're prepared. They help discerning individuals create wealth and protect themselves through innovative services. So whether it's wealth generation, protecting assets or retirement security, ICA Lion is a brand for you. If you're not planning for the future with insurance and investments, it's high time you did. So what's your plan? Get started on the better life, on that better life at icealion.co.ke. And we cannot get into the weekend without me reminding you that you can win when you spend if you're spending. The KCB winning card. Let's talk about a once in a lifetime chance to win a dream getaway, all thanks to the KCB Bank winning card. How do we do it? Well, here's how it works. If you bank with KCB and pay using your KCB debit, credit, or prepaid card, you get a chance to win every single time you pay. Imagine that. So whether you're buying groceries, whether you're fueling your car, whether you're grabbing lunch or shopping online, just pay with your KCB card and you get a chance to enter weekly, monthly, and grand prize draws. 10,000 shillings a week, 100,000 shillings a month, and that grand prize, which takes you on a trip for two to Zanzibar. Flights paid, accommodation sorted, exciting excursions taken care of. So remember, when paying with your KCB card, it's not just safe and convenient, it could make you a winner. The more you pay using your KCB card, the better your chances of winning. So use your KCB card today, the winning card. Terms and conditions apply. But remember, KCB Bank, for people and for better. All right. There's this guy called AI somehow stepped into the room many years ago, actually. But before we came around the block, the thing had already started. We don't realize just how much AI was part of our societies until we are able to give it a name and give it a face. We've also been told that this AI guy is going to come and take over people's jobs. Well, are we looking at projections for 2026? That's the conversation that we're having this hour. Joining us in the hot seats of the Situation Room this morning for this AI conversation and who takes a seat where is Joanne Bessia, who is an AI thought leader. Good morning, Joanne.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room. Thank you for being here this morning, then having this conversation with us. Also, Boniface Asiligwa is the president of the Isaka Kenya chapter. He will tell us what that is, but good morning, Boniface.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
Good to have you in the room as well.
Thank you.
All right. So as we get into the conversation, Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb. We'd love to hear from you in terms of your interpretation.
Yeah, so the proverb today comes from Burkina Faso, a country formerly known as the Upper Volta, but Thomas Sankara at the time said, nope, we are the Burkina Faso and we will run our things our way. So it's a country of a population of around 23 million. Cotton, agriculture and gold is some of the resources that they do have, and they decided as well, since Ibrahim Traore, the darling of the world today, said we have to value add on our resources for us to continue building our country. But the proverb we get today from Burkina Faso, that which is hard is good, whatever is easy brings no benefit. Ladies go first. How would you interpret it?
Ladies go first. How I did interpret it is like what we say, a bird in hand is worth two in the bush. It takes, you get two birds when you work harder and get to the bush than when you have it easy. But at the same time, with our African upbringing, when you get what is easy is easier lost when in hand than when you find it.
Aselingwa, kazi kwako.
Interpreting this in today's context, I think Sankara was of the perspective that Africa, we don't like going to work the extra mile to do things. We like adapting things that are already ready-made. And that's what has put us even in this current situation we are in with AI. We are adapting a technology that is basically developed, designed for different cultures, for different economies, for different life beings than what is contextualized in African context. And that's where we are right now. And he was just speaking to the African context that Africa should start also writing its narrative. And we must be able to, let's say, invest. Like, for instance, you look at AI right now, how much are we investing in this? If you look at what we call big tech companies in Africa, can we even talk about one? A big tech African native company? No. So we want to move with AI, revolutionize our doing as Africa, but we don't want to take the hard steps, invest in it, work so hard to get it. So and that's why he was calling on us, let's take the hard steps, work so hard for us to get the benefits of this promise.
Okay, so it gives us an opportunity to then, dive into this conversation. The AI wake-up call. Is it a wake-up call, or are we saying that because the world is going in this artificial intelligence direction, and that you must pick up on it or be left behind? We'll start with you, Joanne.
I'd first start by saying it's not even a wake-up call. We were woken up as long as 20 years ago. Right now, is it an endeavor that we should be interested in? And looking at artificial intelligence right now, where we are at right now is we are taking up everything so fast. We are learning what is within the hand, the bird in hand situation. We are getting into what we understand is AI, ChatGPT. Everyone is using it left, right, and center. But the question is, we're already awake. We are not asleep. But the real critical question is, do we know what we are doing? So that is where now I think there's the line between waking up and running with it. As Kenyans, and we've always been known in technology, is that when we get technology, we run and start working backwards, slowly learning about it. We don't learn fast and run. And that's a cultural thing, really. So the question right now to everyone and all of us is, with what we know about AI and how we are running with it, are we really waking up, or are we supposed to be sleep? Are we supposed to be finding ways to rise with it? Because I believe where we are at right now, we're already awake.
Okay, so as we look at some of these issues, asking ourselves the question, what position, what direction should we be taking when it goes towards this technology, Boniface?
Just riding on this, and then with what you asked, AI is I usually shudder when I see most of the time when I go somewhere and we're discussing this tech stuff within the industry, and people say emerging technologies, and when they talk about emerging technology, they start saying cloud computing. Yeah. AI is no longer emerging. Is a business imperative. It is a strategic initiative for every business to survive. So for you to survive currently, just like when we had the industrial revolution, then the computer revolution, right now is the AI revolution. You got to board. You have no option. And the problem now that we are facing in the context of the region is that we are always onboarding. We during the industrial revolution, we onboarded. During the computer revolution, also we adapted. Now it is now AI. Also, we are doing the same thing. And for this now, what we're saying now that because we've been equalized, there's now an equalizer information age. We need to be part of the story. We need to develop AI native solutions for the African context, for the Kenyan context, and just not adapt. So to answer your question, yes, it's a wake-up call, and in fact is a belated wake-up call because we should be part of writing of this story of AI.
Okay. Absolutely. What does it look like? What does it look like in the spaces in which we occupy this? Because exactly, I've seen so many ads whereby we say we have reduced the potential of AI to chat GPT, whereby you speak into your phone and say, chat GPT, form an PowerPoint presentation for me, and then I can come later and edit it. We've reduced what this intelligence can do to simple tasks that we don't want to engage our brains to do as they normally would. Are we doing that, Joanne?
This is what I'd say, and I like that you've asked that question and how we're looking at it right now. I want us to look at it potentially in even 2 years. We'd be waking up in the morning and the car that you get at your doorstep does not have a driver. Or when you walk into your neighborhood, we have humanoids walking around and working with you. When you get to the office, you have chatbots and other humanoids, working where you used to sit at a desk, and so on and so forth. So how does it look like today? It's looking like we are building our systems, we are building our conversations, we are building our knowledge towards that direction. But the question is, are we building it right? The conversations that we are having right now are all over the place. And my colleague here is going to say that we are making efforts as Kenyans to control it through building policies. But are we really knowledgeable of its impact right now and the next 2 years on the basis of privacy and safety? If we are seeing AI right now doing emails for us, speaking on our behalf, thinking especially better than we are today, are we looking at the impact in which it's going to have when we can no longer compete with it, or rather it will be controlling us? So I would say looking at AI today as it is, and as we're going to be looking at it tomorrow, is very, very dangerous, but at the same time very important, because if we do not understand what it's AI, for example, right now, if I ask you, do you know what artificial intelligence is? How would you define it? Is it the same way you would define artificial intelligence? Once we get from that basic level, then we understand how we are looking at it tomorrow, and so on and so forth.
You see, we talk about artificial intelligence today at a time when we have countries who have intentionally invested into AI, and it is part of their day-to-day, one would say, education curriculum. It is day-to-day consumption. You go to places like China, some cities, police officers, is a robot that is walking around the streets,
Exactly.
So here we are in the country today. Several companies have invested into understanding what AI is doing, and they are implementing it. But you come from a policy level, the macro level now, and one would say we have institutions in the country who know more than even the government, who is a regulator and who should invest into the production and the development of AI. So then how do we introduce the subject of AI such that it is not only the professionals who are pushing it, it is not only a sector business that is pushing it, but that it's a wholesome conversation that you ask me what AI is, someone in Turkana is able to talk about AI the same way I'm able to talk about it. Are we pushing it as a Kenyan policy, a Kenyan conversation? And if not, how do we even start it?
Well, from a policy perspective, AI should be looked at from a broad spectrum in terms of policy and governance. Government has taken steps. We have the Kenya AI strategy of 2025-2030. Which I was likely part of drafting it. But then for me, it became in lately. But it just follows the normal tangent of policy formulation. We form good strategies. We are very good at designing very good strategies, very good policies. But then at implementation stage, it becomes a problem. So we need to co-create this value chain by multi-channel pronged approach, where we are looking at government. If government is setting up the policy frameworks, giving maybe incentives for tech organizations that are going to invest big, providing a conducive environment for investment into AI. But then also we have industries have got responsibilities. There are industry-specific AI. Just to answer also another concern that is there about AI, we only understand AI from Gen AI perspective. The generative AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, and all that. AI is much, much bigger than that. There are industry-specific AI applications in media, in manufacturing, in transport sector, in security services. All cutting across. So again, and then also in full academia and research, how do you then design a curriculum? This conversation will be there. How do you design an AI curriculum for entry-level curriculum for children, tertiary institutions, universities? Again, there is a very big gap. The research that was done recently by was it either one of the big audit firms, is that we have a 53% skills gap already in the top tier. When we talk about top tier blue chip companies in terms of AI, if we have a 53% skills gap in that, then this is why you're talking about top tier companies, then it means as a country, we are lagging so much behind. So again, we need to look at it to that. How do we then, this organization invest? Now, we are not talking about hiring AI techs, because you're not going to get them in the market. We are not talking about companies reskilling and retooling their employees to be able to utilize AI for production, for productive purposes, and not just for general AI or using the large language models that we are saying. That is a very minimum segmentation of AI. AI is much, much bigger than what we are seeing being utilized.
Okay, so what is it doing right now? When you look at our daily operations, what are we seeing that are effects of artificial intelligence? What? Give me as in practical examples. You know, like Dennis given an example of a robot in China is directing traffic. In Kenya or in different parts of the continent, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, what are we seeing that AI is performing at the moment that we are consuming?
Yeah, what we are seeing across board, basically AI is being used so much in enhancing customer experience. That's what I've seen a lot being applied. If you go to people like Safaricom, you get things like Zuri, the chatbots responding to repetitive customer queries. So we've much narrowed to AI within the African context to enhancing customer experience. Basically, that's where we are seeing AI being used most. But in terms of industries, yes, we are seeing also in the insurance sector and financial services sector, where we're having AI being deployed as robotic process automation. They're now automating repetitive tasks.
Like what?
Like I've seen one of the insurance companies here in Kenya. They've automated the whole process of claims. Like you see, when a claim is done, when you are insuring your car, they come, they take the photos, they collect the details about the car, they load it into a database. Then when you do an accident or something has happened, somebody will have to be called to come on site, examine the car, go and confirm that this car is the same car that you had insured, and go back to the back office, look at the value of the car, and then they determine what's supposed to be. This entire process can be automated. So when they ask you, you've conducted an accident maybe in Kisumu, you insured the car in Nairobi, take us a video and a photo of all the 360 dimensions of the car. They upload it into the AI model. It will analyze the car, comparing with what you had insured, and confirm indeed this is the car and indeed this is the accident. The system is intelligent enough to derive that the accident you are describing using AI models is actually what is that. And then it can be able to calculate and do your claim. Now, it has eliminated the element of middlemen in between, brokers in between. It has eliminated the element of fraud, because there used to be a lot of fraud happening, because when there was a human element, because you could retrieve a paper and return another one. But with this one, there is no human element in it. And that insurance company has repurposed more than 600 claims agents to do other productive. Some of them have been taken to marketing. Some of them have been taken to other roles. To purpose these people to provide more value to the organization than what they were doing before. Luckily enough, it never ended up to people losing jobs. But what we are saying in the future, what is going to happen, AI is going to, they say AI is going to replace some workforce. But when I say AI is not going to replace anybody, it is people with AI that are going to replace people without AI. That's what's going to happen.
So allow me to continue on this trajectory. So, Joanne, what is artificial intelligence being used for in other jurisdictions, like the cop who is a robot? What can we see? Because if right now what we are doing is using it, chat GPT, tell me what the weather is like tomorrow, insurance claims, what is it being used for in other jurisdictions right now?
So to understand that trajectory, first we have to backpedal and understand artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is basically machines that have been trained on our world.
By human beings?
By human beings. From the time immemorial, from the time knowledge became first in our world of digitization. And in that trajectory, then AI has been trained to learn us, has been trained how we speak, how we walk, how we talk, how we work, how we think today, actually. And as a result, now, what is AI doing today? It is learning how other AIs are learning and doing, which we now call AI agents. What do I mean? Last year and years before, artificial intelligence was very good at one single task. For example, ChatGPT, very good at texting, language models, and so on and so forth. But today, ChatGPT is able to communicate to Cloudy and is able to communicate to Gemini and communicate with Snowflake and so on and so forth and serve you. And that is what AI is doing in our industries. Just to project that, for example, if I want to go for a business conference in Timbuktu today, I do not have to use, for example, one specific AI to find the best hotels. I can just tell an AI agent that I want to travel to Timbuktu. It is a business travel and I have an allergy to fish. So AI will understand my needs immediately and not only look for the possibly the most affordable business flights to Timbuktu, but communicate to another AI agent that will get me transport within Timbuktu to my conference and ensure that the hotel in which I'll be sleeping and eating are aware of the food that I'm going to eat, but at the same time ensure that every time I get to my conference, I don't get late. So there will be an Uber or a driverless car and so on and so forth. At this particular time, AI has done that in only 1 minute, something that would have made us, that we were doing before for, planning for like 3 months, 6 months prior. So that is what AI is doing. And how is this impacting our industries today? The question is, I'll give you an example of this particular room today. AI would generally have information about what is happening on the ground. As long as there's a human being on the ground taking information or news, translate that or transfer that to AI. AI will take that, look at similar situations before that, what has happened, predict what that situation is going to cause or impact, and find information that possibly has happened before and so on and so forth, and create a very good script for you at the same time. Now, this is not only one AI that has done that. These are agentic AIs that have worked together to ensure that the news that you give or the information that you read to the people is factual, has been researched already, and so on and so forth. So let's look at artificial intelligence, learning about other artificial intelligence to serve human purpose. And that is what AI is doing in our industries today.
So here we have AI, right?
Yes.
That has been trained. And it has been trained by humans.
Yes.
But it's doing a better job than humans, whichever way you want to look at it.
Yes.
But there is the question now let's just bring it back home in our context. The is one able to say that the AI that we have today understands the intricacies that is the Kenyan population, the Kenyan public, and problems that we do go through, such that if you ask a question, it is able to communicate with other agents and give you that correct result that you need? Or does it then implore upon us as a country to invest into AI? I know we are working into having data centers into the country to train these AIs so that when you ask for a solution, you give it a problem, it will give you that tailor-made solution that you want. Because one would say, I don't know, a layman would say, AI that you have today is American, is Chinese, understands them because they've worked with it more. How do we tap into that? How do we ensure that the problems that we do give to these AI chatbots, AI interface, give us the results that will make sense to me?
Yeah. So that's the situation that we are faced so true within the Kenyan and the larger African context. We don't create knowledge. We don't generate knowledge. If you were asked the digital knowledge that is available, Africa contributes only 2% of knowledge across. So that means it's highly likely that the AI models that are being used will be biased to the context in which they were trained, because AI is basically using the data that is available to draw inferences and make decisions. I'll give you an example. Last year we were doing the African AI conference in Mombasa, and one of the guys had come there with a very serious AI tool. They were demonstrating the AI tools. Unfortunately, is an AI solution that was developed in an American environment. And it was an AI model that was supposed to remove the element of triaging in medical. When you go to hospital, you've already sent your data, so that element of triaging is already removed. So only cases that require a consultant, you just go in and you see a consultant direct, because all these other basic elements have been done. So we try to test that AI model on a malaria case. Yeah, malaria is a tropical disease inherently in the African area. It's not in America. So, and it was given symptoms, and the medicine that it prescribed is prescribed a medical. It could not even, and one of the guys was taking a malaria medical. So it was that if this guy, one of the triaging, which drugs have you been taking? He said he was taking this tablet and this tablet. The AI said it does not know that, recognize that as a medicine, because these are a tropical medicine designed for African. Malaria is a tropical disease. So that's what I'm saying. That's the reality about AI. That's what you're saying. Africa, we should jump into this and create our own knowledge, train our own models for our own African context. Otherwise, we'll be having AI models that are hallucinating. They are biased. They are biased, giving us not, and will not derive the maximum value from AI if you go the way you're going. First of all, we need to look at it. The best direction we say, create our own data centers, create our own knowledge. That is in the context of our culture. There are some elements of our cultural practices, like when you say things like table banking. Table banking is a foreign thing when you go to, let's say, a European context. But when it comes to an African context, it is something that is really impacting lives. We talk things like M-Pesa. In a European context, it will be something foreign. But when it comes here, is a multi-billion tech thing that we need to go. So then how we need to create our knowledge first, and then make our AI models localized for the African context.
Okay. Are governments accepting of this reality? Are societal groups accepting of this reality? Currently, KCSE results are being released. That you would imagine that there's a system so simple yet so intricate that you would then be able to see across board and towards which career path, towards the development of an economy, that students who are entering into into institutions of higher learning would then be able to be placed. Already I can see what this kind of technology would then be able to do. Are we seeing that governments are embracing the opportunities that this kind of technology presents? That could, you probably don't have to work too hard to get to this developing world that everybody suddenly wants to get to. But are we embracing the realities? Are we embracing the possibilities that this thing can actually do for us. And while we have that conversation, is it real? I mean, we have comments here already. People are saying, yeah, we used to do writing jobs. AI has taken that up completely. Nobody's employing writers now because you can basically put the knowledge into, or rather put the information into the tool, and it brings you a script, and all you have to do is edit here and there and you're done. That whole trajectory seems to have been lost. Nobody can do that anymore. Is it taking up jobs? Because you mentioned Boniface not taking. It's making people AI ready. But there's the reality for a lot of people that your livelihood is gone out the window.
Very true. First, we were ranked late last year as the 5th. Kenya is the 5th AI ready country in Africa, and I think about the 70th in the world. Now, what does that data say about Kenya? It says we are ready, but is it true? Is our government ready? Which is the question that we need to address. I love our government. I respect what our leaders are making the efforts in terms of ensuring that we are AI ready. But allow me to play the devil's advocate in this particular instance. Governments, as much as we are ready, governments should not implement artificial intelligence if there is no clarity in safety. What do I mean? So today we have our youths who are left, right, and center looking for jobs, trying international jobs, but they are being taken advantage of in what we call, for example, I'll just give a very good example because I saw it firsthand, like data annotation to annotate data. It's getting to a point whereby you earn about $100 an hour when you do such kind of a job. Excellent. I mean, then it gets our youth fired up and it gets us ready. Then our youth start learning about AI and so forth. But when you get into the details of what they're annotating is scandal. You're told to annotate, a human part of a toddler. Right? You're told to annotate people who are dead or burnt. You're told to annotate. But because you cannot put food on your table, you won't look back. You will try as much as possible and work on this. And as much as, and our government is saying, our youth should endeavor to do this. Yes, these are the policies, data privacy, data protection, but are we seeing them being implemented at the human level? Are our people in the rural areas, for example, do they have even that data to access digitization before AI? Because there's no AI if there's no digitization. There's no digitization if there are no bundles. Are we economically structured as a government before we put policies and privacies into place? We could say we are AI ready, but where? Are we AI ready in Nairobi? Or are we AI ready across every country, every county? Are we AI ready individually, or are we AI ready as a government? So this is what I would say from the perspective of an AI thought leader. And I have experience in working with the young. As a matter of fact, when I was giving a speech in Nigeria in 2024, late 2024, the previous day before my speech, a student had committed suicide as a result of not having a job, and AI has not helped him. He left a very intricate note that was ChatGPT generated. This is in Nigeria. Now, we are not saying that artificial intelligence is wrong or right. Look at what it's doing for us. But we are asking our government, are they ready to help our young people? You and I, for example, and my colleague here might not be affected to the full, possibly, but our children are going to get to the world whereby they will either be working hand in hand with AI, or AI will be working on their behalf, and they'll be sitting on the couches playing games and watching football.
And I'm sorry, but to ask this, and let me play devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
Because this is yet another thing that's been given to us as countries who still don't have our I's dotted or our T's crossed.
Absolutely.
Here the world is telling us to catch up. Catch up to what?
Exactly.
Where we are still, look at what we are dealing with. We're dealing with bread and butter issues.
Yes.
I dare say that the folks who are optimizing AI are not worrying about whether their people have something to eat, or whether that there is a proper functioning transport system, or whether there's water and sanitation systems in place, or whether your country's children can go to school, or whether there's a functioning health system. See where I'm going?
Absolutely.
Do we have to, Boniface, take ourselves at the pace that supposedly the rest of the world is going, where the fundamentals have not been met? It's a difficult discussion, but it is the reality of the day. That are we asking a majority of the population to catch up with some technology when somebody is thinking, okay, can I get a meal in my belly today?
Yeah, so far, that's the reality that we are facing. That's why you're saying the issue that has been the trajectory that has been Africa only adapting throughout is going to take us nowhere again in this bandwagon of AI, because again we'll adapt and we'll adapt models, we'll adapt solutions that have been developed for different contexts. There are countries in this world, people no longer work for food. You wake up, you know very well, the issue of electricity is not an issue
You
at
don't
all.
think about it.
So when those guys are developing the AI models, they're developing them to solve other issues.
Yes, true.
And that's why in African context, we need to domesticate our AI story, our AI models, so that they can solve our intricate, simple problems. How can AI assist in the government in mapping up problematic areas, and the government to be able to predict in the next 2-3 months, there'll be chaos in this place, there'll be drought in this area, and which resources are required. How can government even use AI in budgeting? How do we budget? Now, AI can assist us to do predictive modeling. And how can we model our budget using AI so that we can know what are the most pressing issues that are affecting our citizens? As you said, right now we are adapting models that are now you are bringing a model to somebody who is thinking about food. Somebody, like say, we are saying we have having people been writing, and then there's AI that has come in now denying these guys. And these guys who are writing not to go and buy a luxury car. They are writing to get food.
Exactly.
They are writing to get shelter. The simplistics. So how can then we use AI and model it into our context that AI can assist us to solve our inherent simple problems? And that's what I'm saying. We need to domesticate our AI, not just adapt what is outside there. We should know. And again, we are working in an information age which is an equalizer. We cannot now say we are disadvantaged like when there used to be the Industrial Revolution, when there used to be the Computer Revolution. Right now we are at least, even if we are low, if there are 70%, Africa is at around 60%. So we can be able to rewrite our story easily, immediately, and proceed. Like what you're saying, right now the results are being released. Universities are going to invite these students, some of them into faculties. These courses that universities are inviting these students is informed by what? Government is funding a lot of these universities. We are being taxed to fund these universities to develop the country. But our resources going to the right courses. And AI can be able to, we can develop a model that can be able to look at the future, look at Kenya, how we are, and be able to tell a simple thing like that. An algorithm can tell the government, we need more engineers in 2040 than we will need teachers. We need more doctors in this than we need engineers, we need water engineers than this. But what is happening, every university is admitting as much as they can admit just to collect that coin from them. So, and that will have a very negative impact on the country, where you'll have very brilliant mind. They ended up taking very wrong courses. Then you start telling them, then you have to.
Asiligo, you just paint a picture, because when you talk about the government now and its role indeed in being the front runner in uptaking AI. It is sad that today, if you want to apply for a job in any government institution, what will they tell you? Please hand deliver that application by 9 a.m. at a certain office. So from that basic aspect, it paints a picture of a position where we are not yet ready to just uptake AI as we should, like rightfully so, as asked on matters to do with education, right? So we have a new system, CBC, where we have all these results that will be collated that will decide which path a student will be taken. But how are we doing it? It's through a certain report card that is then given to NEC, who put it into a system, and then at the end of it all, it will tell you how to go about it. But have we invested into ensuring that even that system on placement is done by AI because it has gone through the entire system, not someone seated behind a desk and makes that decision that as illegal you will go be an athlete somewhere. Yet what you need to really do is be an engineer, you know. But then again, we also live in a space where, and unfortunately so, that we are using AI and there is fear that the training has been done to disenfranchise Africans. That information that we are consuming today, you go to China and you just open their TikTok, which is mostly run by AI. It is geared towards science and STEM subjects, right? But you come to Kenya, what do we see on TikTok? We are always dancing and having a good time. So how are we then training these AIs to make sense to us if we are looking towards charting our own path? Is the gap, again I ask, I know you're talking about government and policies, right? But how then do we have this conversation even in our houses to, in one way or the other, prepare ourselves to uptake AI in a positive way?
First, I'll start with, you cannot give from an empty cup. Okay? As a parent, the first thing that I have identified is our children are already being born into AI. Anyone who is bringing a child to the world from the year 2020 and ahead is bringing up a child already starting to learn artificial intelligence. But here is the worry, because social media and digitization is already taking away attention of what it is to be a human being. You know, and I would say this because I'm from the holidays and I have nieces and nephews. The old ways of getting together, doing tasks, going to wash dishes, in the house, sitting down, having meaningful conversation, that is gone.
True.
And the question is, as people who are starting to understand AI, why are we not stopping this? It's not our fault. We don't know where to start. My children come to me with tablets. In fact, they use their own tablets and information, phones and so on and so forth. And they use voices to ask questions, not to me, to their gadgets and so on and so forth. This is the world in which they are at. But as guidance, as guardians, as caretakers, as parents, as individuals, as responsible adults, in fact, I will put Gen Z into the mix because they are the 50-50. They know the manual world and they understand the digital world. Is what steps are we taking in understand the effect of digitization and artificial intelligence? Knowledge is power. Now, I'll give you something ironical. I'll tell you about something ironical. The greatest owners of the greatest, biggest AI companies in the world, do you think their children are being taught by AI and tablets?
Nope, they're homeschooled.
They're homeschooled. They learn ABCD the way you and I learned ABCD. They're learning how to cook by trial and error, going to the kitchen. They are not getting recipes or ordering food. Why? Because they understand where artificial intelligence is going to take their worlds. But do we understand that? We have our cultural predispositions. When we are making artificial intelligence decisions, do we bring in our forefathers, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, to tell us what happened before and how certain things are happening? Or are we building at a silo whereby we are shutting off the world and building in a black box? Because the world is intending us to do so. So as you and me, I would say from the point where, as an individual, as a mother, as a sister, as a guardian, and so on and so forth, I would start with the simplest: what is available to me. I would say for me, I possibly have the privilege of having a data bundle to go online and learn, but the person who is in the rural areas would not have. But I have the ability and the power, the same I have the ability and power to put data bundles in my phone. I can go to the rural village, gather a group of 20 people and give them access to information. As simple as that. If you and me do that, and Boniface right here, and do right here, if we do that at scale, you can imagine how ready we are going to get our children to be ready for the future of AI. But if we don't look at it that way and we're just running, adopting what we don't know, then we are creating a future where our children will not be able to exist. And the question is that where we want to be? So I would say, let's take the initiative as individuals to learn first, because you cannot tell your child to learn what you don't know. You cannot stop your child to learn what you don't know what they're learning. First, understand the basics of what is going on in the world as an individual. Understand the basics of safety around it, and then bring everyone in who is concerned or around you, your community, and build them toward that safeguard, or rather that responsible uptake of technology. And in this case particularly will be artificial intelligence. That's where I'd say we'd start. Yeah.
All right. What do you think the world looks like, Boniface, in the next 10 years, in terms of how things will change? What does it look like from where you sit?
From where I sit, you cannot, I can guarantee you, the world that will be after 10 years right now, I think you cannot even describe it. It will be like the children who are being born, let's say the Gen Alphas. AI will be like what you are, like having a phone. Their life will not exist, will come to it's just like right now, if I deny you your phone, your gadgets, your life comes to operational paralysis. And for them, it will not be the hardware. It will be, you deny them AI, anything that can be able to reason for them, make their life, their life will be coming to an operational paralysis.
So do we become lazy humans?
Again, lazy humans from the perspective of those people who are looking at AI from a simplistic perspective. What I'm saying, the people are using the Gen AI, who are gotten used into it. I want to go somewhere, give me a map, the traffic looks like. They are not, they're just making their life easier. That one, yes, from that perspective. But again, AI is bringing in another angle, paradigm shift for the people, let's say for the tech savvy, for the engineers, for that. It's bringing in another angle whereby now other careers. AI is bringing out other career models, is bringing other professional models, which now will require also people to work so hard to be able to be relevant in those fields. And that's why now Africa we should be focusing on as a country. Somebody said, like, we are saying the basics of the basics is our data. Somebody said, without data, you're just another madman in the market with an opinion. In this, and we are talking about data-driven decision making. So, what AI will make lazy in the perspective that it will be making you to make data-driven decisions. Even what to cook, it will be data-driven. Because with the AI, you can be able to, you can just go to, I ate this. If you just, even right now, you can just do a menu that can assist you with AI, and it can tell you with your family, you are either eating well, a balanced diet. It can even tell you the future of your children if they continue eating this way or this way. So that is from a data-driven perspective. From a data-driven perspective, AI is going to make life more simpler and simpler, but it's not making humans much more lazier. Lazier for the guys who are looking at it from a simplistic perspective using the Gen AI.
One would ask the question then, which jobs is AI creating and which jobs is AI replacing?
Good question. AI is replacing repetitive. If you are doing any job that is repetitive, that does not require you to generate more knowledge for you to do it, then that job is going to be replaced by AI.
Quote one.
I had just said one, like the guys who are doing claims processing, insurance companies. Definitely that kind of a job is repetitive. I usually tell accountants, if you are like your own job is you're a claims accountant, you're a credit controller, your own AI will do that. Like initially, we used to have what we used to call actuary scientists, very brilliant people. But right now with AI, do you need an actuary?
Do you need quantity surveyors?
Yes, exactly.
Do you need those guys?
Yeah.
Because you can input it into a tool which will tell you if you're building a block of flats in Nairobi or Mombasa, that the thing will tell you if you are on this particular land and you're trying to achieve this particular goal, this is the amount of material in the different descriptions that you will need, and this is the kind of ventilation, this is the best material that you would. So certain people just, you feed it and the tool gives you all of that information later with all the elements being put into place.
Then let me just say, then that is now where the quantity surveyor is supposed to repurpose themselves.
Okay, how so?
The quantity surveyor now is supposed to understand how the AI model that can do that job can do, and repurpose themselves to be the ones providing the information to the AI model.
Okay.
So you see now they used to provide information to you. Now it has changed. They need to have, let's say, a model. And then in this means, at the click of a button on his desk, this guy can do quantity surveying for 100 houses at a go.
Instead of you give him, and it takes 3 weeks to give you your report.
Yeah, you see this person who now knows used to use the AI model is still a quantity surveyor, but doing it differently. But now the one who does not know how to use it now will be replaced. Because now this guy can be able to do quantity surveying for 100 houses at a click of a button, and the other one is still waiting to go and walk and survey, go through a lot of architectural diagrams and all that. So that's what's going to happen. The thing of actual scientists, they are still relevant. But now this person is supposed to repurpose themselves to be a data scientist, not an actuary. So that's the new co-creation, the new paths of careers that AI is now coming to create. And it will go down with several people. That's why I say the people will now be able to use AI will just replace those who don't have AI. It's not the AI who is replacing anybody. No. It's just re-engineering the dimensions how we used to do things. Like even in your industry in media, if you are a graphic designer and you don't know how to use something like Cursive, and somebody else know how to use Canva and Cursive and all that, that person can be able to design an infographic for a media house within clicks of a button, and he can work for even 3-4 projects, and yet you are still waiting to go and sit on CorelDRAW and Photoshop.
Yes.
You know?
It's touching someone's heart.
I mean, for
That's
sure.
interesting.
Yeah, that's the trajectory the world is going, and for us to then be able to have conversations around, okay, at the very least, awareness that this is where we are going, and then be able to encourage ourselves to say, you know what, there is something about it which works for us, and to be able to adapt those to the positions in which we sit. The AI conversation is here. It's not going anywhere, at least not for now. And we need to either catch up or be caught up. I guess. I want to thank you very much for being in this conversation with us. And there's a process that's going on right now, which probably in the future would employ some of these technologies that we're talking about, and that's the release and the two things: the placement of students in schools, meeting their needs, as well as the release of results, which could place them in universities later. That's one thing that's hitting me in the face right now that we could be employing as communities and as governments. Thank you, both of you, for being here. Thought leader, AI thought leader, Joanne Mbesia, and Boniface Asiligua is the president of the SACA Kenya chapter. Thank you both for being here this morning and ending our conversation in this way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being in the Situation Room this week. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. We talk again Monday morning, God willing. Enjoy the rest of your listening. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Ministry of Education will release the 2025 KCSE results shortly. Education CS Julius Agamba will lead the exercise at a ceremony at Chesby SAS Boys Secondary School in Eldoret. Officials are getting the venue ready. Our reporter Elvis Kosgei is there.
We are waiting the Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba. We are told that he'll be here any time from now. Already education officials are here. The security also has been heightened at this place just to ensure that everything goes on smoothly. Remember, approximately 996,000 candidates start for the exams where they were administered between October 21st and November 14 in the year 2025. So students are also here of the Chebisas boys, but they have been told to keep a distance even as we wait for the Education Cabinet Secretary and the PS.
Meanwhile, the Kenya National Examination Council has already activated the online system used to access results in anticipation of high traffic from students, parents, guardians and schools. In Narok County, elders drawn from the Maasai Syria clan and their Kalenjin counterparts from the Kipsigis clan residing in Transmara South have united to restore peace in the troubled Kap Rongori at the border of Lolgorian and Angata Barikoi. It follows the recent ethnic skirmishes that led to deaths, destruction of property and displacement of people. During the meeting, elders from both communities appealed to the central government, to the national government, to lift the ongoing police crackdown and curfew, arguing that the measures had only served to exacerbate the situation and undermine development efforts.
Jina yangu ni Kimeta Samuel kutoka Mtonyoro, eneo la Kona. Na kitu tumekubaliana leo ni amani. Amani tumesema ni amani na tumetoa amani leo ile ya ukweli. Wale vijana hajakuwa kwa hii kikao, wale hajakuja kwa nyumbani. Tumesema asikie kitu ambaye tumesema leo kama wasee tunataka amani.
Mimi ni Bili Nyamanga, naishi Moyoi. Vita hatutaki, tumekataa kama wasi. Tumekataa vita kama wasi. Tunaomba hata serikali atoe kafio. Sisi tumeelewana. Kafio aende na operation aende, maana tumetoa amani.
Police in Barasa South Constituency, Embu County, have arrested two suspects aged 20 and 26 in connection with rape and murder of a 4-year-old girl. Princess Hope's lifeless body was found near her parents' house in Mukithi Village, Mbeti South Ward on Christmas Eve. A post-mortem examination revealed that the child was strangled to death. Barasa South Police Commander John Kimathi says the suspects were known to the victim.
Alinyongwa na akatupwa karibu na iko kamsitu kako hapo. Alipatikana the following day, siku ya 25 December 2025, na postmortem ilithibitisha kwamba mtoto alivunjwa shingo na pia sehemu zake za siri zilikuwa zimeraruliwa. Na baada ya hapo tulianza kufanya uchunguzi kama polisi, na so far tumeshika vijana wawili ambao ni they are very close neighbors kwa hiyo mahali, na tayari tumewapeleka kotini leo hiyo process ianze. Kwa hivyo sasa tuko katika hiyo hali ya uchunguzi.
The Venezuelan government has begun releasing detainees considered political prisoners by human rights groups in what officials described as a goodwill gesture. Spain's foreign ministry said 5 of its nationals, including one dual national, had been released. The move comes after the U.S. seized Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro in a lightning raid on the capital Caracas on Saturday to face drug trafficking charges in New York. The release of political prisoners in Venezuela has been a long-held U.S. demand, especially during moments of high